Today we're going to learn about architecture pre-visualization and setting up the floor plan and creating 3D structure with frames in Maya. So this is the heading of a topic. Going for the subtopics, we're going to study each and every topic one by one. That is setting up image of a floor plan, creating 3D structure of the same, creating frames for windows and doors, and finally creating windows and doors itself. So let's start with that. So this is where I have opened Maya, as you can see. So my first initial idea would be I'll just go to the top view. I go on view here, go to image plane and ask import image. As soon as I click import image, the window will come up to ask me to browse the file of the floor map wherever I want to. So this is the floor plan which I've selected. This is how the interior gonna look like. Now as you can see, this floor map is also being assigned in the perspective window pane, so which I don't actually want. I actually want the window to be set up only in the top viewport. So I don't want it to set in the entire perspective and top and side and front viewports as well. So I'll just go back. I'll just press spacebar so that I can go increase the size of the viewport, and I'll just go to image plane again. After import, as you can see right now, there's image plane attributes. I go on to image plane attributes and I get the option bar stating that what all changes I want to do with the image. So when I click look through camera, so I'm actually deselecting it in all views, so it's actually only now in my top view the image. So it's kind of disturbing when you're making the elements, so it's better you have it in top view itself. Change the display mode to RGB. If you want to reduce the color gain of it, you can do so by scrolling this bar of color gain. As you can see here, alpha gain is basically used to reduce the transparency of the image. We don't want to reduce the transparency, however, so we keep it like that. And you can just scroll from your mouse to take a zoom in and see how the structure is looking like. So this is the image. Now if you go back to the perspective view, I have nothing here, but I have it in top view. So what I'll do now, I'll just go to the image plane attributes again, and I'll just shift the image down a bit so that I can see my grids. That's actually very important when you are making modeling in 3D, so that you can see your grids. It doesn't come in between when you make some models. So I'll just give a value of -10 in the y-axis, and as you can see now the grids are visible, so the image has actually been pushed down a bit. Okay, so when this is my floor plan, it's, as it says, it's typical 2 BHK 2-bedroom kitchen floor plan. So you can see you have one bedroom here, you have one bedroom here, then you have this toilet, this one toilet. This is the combine of the living and dining room. Then there's a small terrace balcony, you can say, and there's another dry balcony which is being given beside kitchen to keep your stuffs and things like that as a kind of store. So, and this is the entrance of the flat where you can enter. So this, as soon as you enter, you have the living dining here, and then you have the bedrooms and so on. So I just would want to start with creating the walls of the entire structure. Now as you can see, the perspective is completely empty. You can toggle between perspective view and top view by pressing space and then left click on your mouse, and then you get the option. Now just drag whichever view you want to, just point your mouse there. So I'm just moving to the perspective view and just going back to the top view. So let's now, as you can see that by creating walls, you can simply select cube by creating the walls of the entire structure. So let's start with creating the walls. Right click on the wall or the cube which you have created to go back to its divisions, like the vertex. I would go to the vertex mode and just properly align it. I'll just scroll it in my view and I properly align it with the walls I have, the boundary. So this is I feel is I'm quite satisfied, but you have to check it from the other view whether the wall has been. So as you can see, the wall has been created, but the height is very small. We need to increase the height a bit. So I would just say that by increasing the height, I would do a random assumption and I'll take it up by 4 grids or maybe 5 grids here. As you can see, 1 2 3 4, that's 4 grids. I have selected the vertex, the top vertex of the polygon, and I have increased the height a bit. So this is how the front wall is looking like. This is the wall. I can just press 4 so I can go to the wireframe mode. Now as you can see, now this wall is being connected by this wall here and this wall here. So rather than creating a different box or a different cube, I would like to modify the same element so that end of the day what happens, like at the end you have the entire walls is one structure. So this gives you a little freedom to control the height and control the length and everything. So you can just toggle between the shaded mode and the wireframe mode by pressing 4 on your keyboard. So 4 is for the wireframe mode and 5 is for shaded mode. The same thing you can do it from here as well, this icon here and this icon. So now to have an additional wall coming out from this edge, what I need to do, I just need to go to edit mesh and I need to select insert edge loop tool. Once I do that, the edge loop tool is selected and I can just click on the area from where I want to extrude the wall. So I do that and I can just zoom in a bit and I can adjust accordingly, exactly as per my view. So now you can see that there's an edge has been created. Now this becomes very easy for me to select this face and extrude the edge, extrude the entire face, which will create my wall here. So I have selected the face and there's an option here called polygon extrude, or you can just go to edit mesh and you can simply, the first option here is called extrude. So once you've done that, you can see it's been highlighted by the move icon, and you just need to drag it towards the Z axis. So this long is my wall here. So as you can see that the two walls have been created here. So similarly I gonna create the entire wall for the same, and this is how I will just create the map of the entire flat or the interior of the floor. So now similarly, as you can see, the wall is going here, so I need an edge, I need a face, additional face. I cannot select this entire face and create a wall, so definitely I need a small face here so that I can create the additional wall which is going towards the left side. So I go to the same option called insert edge loop tool. So once I select that, I go to the top view again to be precise in setting up the edge, and I feel this is the right area to have it dropped here, and once it's done, as you can see, this another face has been created here. Edge loop, what it does is actually divides the face of your polygon. Your default polygon shape is of 6 faces, which is any cube, so it has 6 faces. So the polygon tool, the split or the edge loop tool, allows you to create as many faces you want, and this gives you more freedom to work on it. So again, I select this face. I have selected from the object mode, I have gone to the face mode now, and I have selected this face. Now I want to create a wall here. So the same option, I go to edit mesh and I do extrude, and this face is being extruded. So this is how I will do for this wall as well. I go back and select insert edge loop tool again and select the edge here, go back to the perspective mode, this is my face here. I go back again to edit mesh and I say extrude. I extend it as it's the same wall, so I will extend it till the end. That becomes easy. So this entire structure is getting ready wall by wall. It's again the same thing. Create the edges, go back to the perspective view, select the face, and then you can say extrude. I can use the shortcut here. I would not want to go to edit mesh every time, so I just select this icon, which is the extrude icon, and I can just extrude it here. Just to be precise, I just wanted to check from the top view how much I need to drag. So again, I just go back to the object mode and select insert edge loop tool, and the same way I create the edge here. So it's again going back to the top mode and just creating extrude. So yeah, this is my wall is being made. It's not the entire structure, but this wall has been made. Now I just need to create this division here. I need to create this division here as well. I need to create this extended version of the wall here. So slowly we'll just try to cover up each and every wall, and once the wall is ready, you can see the structure of the floor is actually being created as it's shown in the image. So now, since I have a wall here in between, I have to insert 2 edge loops here so that I can get the face which I want to. So that's one here right on the edge of the wall, and that's one here again right on the other edge of the wall. So I get this face and I select this face. I go back to the top view and I say extrude. Once done, I just simply drag it to the length I want. That's it. So I go back here again. Now here, as you can see, now this edge or this vertex is here, but the wall is starting from here. So either you can just drag this vertex down. Rather than doing that, I would just add another edge here, so that gives me the freedom later on to manipulate each and every walls separately. Once done, I just go back here and I just need to select this face and not this face. If I select both the faces, then if I do extrude, then you can see the additional wall is being extended, but I would not want that. I would just select this face and I would say extrude. Now as you can see, it's being perfectly aligned with the wall I have created. So yeah, this looks liking a wall. It's being made, and this is how the structure is to be done. Okay, so this is what we have created till now, and now we'll just continue with the other walls as well. So we'll just extend this wall here. So to extend this wall, I just need to have an edge. Again, the process is the same, it's repetitive every time, so we have to just keep that thing in mind and keep extending and keep extruding the faces. So this is done, I feel. And then this wall, which is connected from in between, so I would be needing two edges to extrude this face or to have this wall. This is edge 1 and this is now edge 2. Now I select the in between face and I hit extrude and I extend it till the area I want. That's it. Now this area is the outer area of the flat. This is the exterior, so we won't require to have this wall being made, so we'll just keep it till here. Now this part is extended. Now as you can see, this part is extended. Now we need to concentrate on this area, which is the kitchen, the toilet here, and the living and the dining room here. So rather than extending this face, because there is no connection here between the walls, so what I'll do, I'll just create a separate cube. I'll just create a separate polygon cube to have this wall. Just click and drag on polygon once the polygon tool is selected, and then you can create the polygon. So I go to the wireframe mode and I manipulate the vertices to be edge to edge of the wall. Yeah, I feel this is good, but when I go to the perspective mode, I see the height is really small. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the side view and I select the top vertices and I increase the height. As I said in the beginning, that we are working on 4 grids, so this is 1, 2, 3 and 4. So I will try to match this thing here. To be exact, I'll do snap it on the grid. It's like just press X on your keyboard and you see it becomes circular, and now you can just click and drag. It actually snaps with the grid. So now I'm 100% sure that my height of this wall is equal to height of the other remaining walls. So I select this wall and I select the vertices here and I just extend it. I just click and drag till here. To have this extension, I will insert another loop here. And I select this face and I say extrude. In the edges of the wall, you will be seeing that there's this brown extension. It's quite pixelated, but you can still make out. Now this brown extension, the white one are the walls, the brown one are the frames for the doors. So that we will make it separately once we are making the doors and the frames, so which we are going to cover in this chapter as well. So we'll just keep it to the wall itself, because once we're making the frames we'll make it separately. So this part is done. Now I'll just have this thing extended. I'll select this and I'll go to insert edge. I'll select the edge here, go back to the perspective view and select the face and I say extrude and I kind of extrude. Now you can see that there's still a part of the wall is missing. So what I'll do is nothing to worry. I'll just select the vertices here and I'll just drag it a bit down, so my entire wall is now covered. So in the same way I need to have this extrusion as well. So for that I would be needing a edge here to have exact, yeah, this is good. And I just say extrude and I drag it till here. Okay, this looks good to me. In the same way I'll just select this face and come back to the top view and I say extrude. Perfect. So this area, as you can see here in the map, this is not part of the floor, this is not part of the interior, this is the external area of the house. So we need not create this, we'll just create it open, but we need to create this wall here, we need to create this division. This is connected and this is connected. In the map you can see that if I press 4 to be on the wireframe mode, you can see that along with the walls on the map, that this area, it's highlighted in a different color, like black area. The same way it's here, same way it's here. Now these are walls definitely, but these are actually signs or symbols for the windows. So when we are making the windows, I will explain, I will put it through how to create the space for the windows as well. But right now we'll just simply drag it as a part of the wall. Once we are creating the space for the window, then I will show it to how we can do the windows as well. So this wall should be extended here and then it goes down here like this. And I have one more for the wall here, the division. So this I will say extrude and I will just click and drag till here. Yeah, this is my wall. This is good. Just the same way, to have the extension I would be needing another edge loop here. Okay, so I say extrude. Same way I create this wall. I need to connect this wall with this wall, because as I said that this is the outer area of the house, so even if we leave it open it doesn't matter. We just need to concentrate on the flow itself. So now as you can see that this part and this part are two different elements, or two different polygons altogether. So what we will do, we'll just select both the polygons. You can just click and drag and select both, or you can select this one and press shift and hold and then click on the other polygon. So now both the options, or both the polygons are selected. Now we'll just hit combine. There's a combine shortcut button here, or you can go to mesh and select combine. So once you hit combine, this element becomes one element, so there is no longer two different portions of the same part. It is now a combined portion. So I will quickly create this division here, and say extrude. I'll just connect it till here. That's it. So this is a little extension which is left here, so I'll also have this extension done. Say extrude, and I'll just connect till here. Okay, good. Now since now this part is not connected with this part, so we need to have another wall for it. So we will do that simply by creating a different polygon altogether. So yes, we have to have another wall here, and as this part is not connected, but we will definitely combine the all walls together, so we don't have to get worried about it. Now I'll just create another polygon. Just drag this polygon cube, or click on the polygon cube and just click and drag here. First do it a small part, and then just adjust the area, and then you can just increase the length of the same. You can just go to the vertex mode and just click and drag the vertices. Now as done earlier, definitely the height of this is small, so what we need to do is we just need to increase the height. I'll just go to the side view and I'll select the top two vertices and I'll just drag it upwards. So I'm very close matching the height, but to be 100% sure I just need to snap it with the grid. So I just press X, and yeah, now I'm 100% sure that all my walls are of same height. So now I can just I'm in vertex mode, and I'll just select this vertex and I'll drag it. I'll drag it till here. So now you can see that this wall is slightly thinner than this part here. So how do I do that? If I select this edge, or if I select these two vertices and I drag, so this part is also getting wasted. So we'll just have this thin wall here, and I will create a division here so that I get more freedom while doing the extrude, like this. So now to make this wall a bit thicker as it's shown in the map, what I will do, I'll just select this entire face, and I will select this entire face, and I will say extrude. I will extrude both the faces together, and you can see another face is coming out of my existing polygon, and I say that, I want to drag it till here. Perfect. So now this wall is thinner and this is slightly thicker than my wall. So I'll just, now I don't need to select the entire structure, I just select this part and I say extrude, and I just simply drag it like this. And for the hair it's same, I'll just reconfirm that it's just, it's of proper height, or it's proper length, and I'll create a division here as well. Insert edge loop, I go back to the perspective mode and I select this face, I go back to the top and I just click and drag. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, this, as you can see in the perspective area, now this is the my living and dining area. This is bedroom 1, this is bedroom 2, this is, bathroom, toilet 1, and this is toilet 2. So this is the living area, which, is automatically has been created the space. Now this is a gap here because this is going to be the entrance, so this will have a wall here. This will not have a wall here. This will rather have a wooden frame for the door. So to connect this wall, now this wall is also not been connected. So to connect this wall here, we will just create a separate cube and just click and drag a little bit. And just to be sure, I'll just zoom in and I see if the height and the length is all okay. So I just drag this thing a little bit till here. Definitely the height is smaller as we have been working, so we know that the height is smaller. So it's simple. I'll just select the top two vertices and I drag up. To be sure again, to match with the other walls, I just press X and I just snap it with the grid. I drag this entire wall till here. To have an extension here, I would need a edge loop. Just select the face and drag here. Good. So just to have this extension, we just need to repeat the process again. And yes, so we'll just select the face and hit extrude, go back to the top view to be sure, and yeah. So now my kitchen area is also done. Now as you can see in the map that this part here, sorry, as you can see in the map that this part here is a terrace, is more like an open terrace, like a balcony, and the same is here. So this we have not created yet. This we will create once we are, we'll just make the frames of the doors and things like that, and then we can concentrate on creating the balcony as well. So here it looks like that my entire floor or the walls has been made. So this is the flat is gonna look like the map. So I have the entrance here from here, and I have this as my living and dining area. This would be the extended balcony or the terrace. The same way here from the kitchen, this would be an extended terrace. Now this we have a common toilet here. This is the way to the bedroom 1, and then this is the way to the bedroom 2, and the bedroom 2 has a toilet inside. So this is more like it. So all the walls have been covered. Now we'll just concentrate on how we get the terrace or the balcony being done. So now all the my walls are ready, as you can see. Now this time comes where I would want to add more divisions to my wall. As you can see right now in the wireframe and shaded mode, that I have only one edge going from the top and I have one edge going from below. So now what I need to do, I need to add more divisions so that I can create the frames of my windows and the balcony very easily. So before doing that, as you can see here, that this wall is one object and this wall is one object and this wall is one object. So before actually adding more divisions, I would want to have all the walls as one object. So I don't want three separate objects. I would just combine. I'll select the first wall, and by pressing shift I'll select the second, and same with third. I'll just hit combine here. So now all my walls is now one object. Now this is what I want. Now to add divisions, we can definitely use insert edge loop tool and can add divisions wherever I want to. But as you can see here, that since the object is one but there is a slight gap between the three walls which I had combined earlier, so the divisions has been created only in the first wall. To create divisions, I just need to select again the second wall and again the third wall. Rather than doing that, step by step for all the three different walls, I will just do it by one different tool, which is another tool which is called the cut faces tool. So I'll just undo the steps which I have done right now. Just press Ctrl Z on my keyboard to undo the steps, and this is where I was after combining all the walls as one object. I go back to the side view to get the proper view with the height. Now I would use this tool which is called the cut faces tool. Once done, the icon changes to a pointer like this, and I would just click on the area where I want to have the edge created for the entire object. So once I click that, grid lines, guiding lines comes like this, and I just need to release the mouse wherever I feel confident. When the line is pretty much straight, I'll just release the mouse, and now I see the guiding, the arrow, the lines has been created, the edge has been created in all three different walls as well. Just to be sure that at what height I want, I would just select the entire row of vertices, and I want that I just press 4 on the keyboard to go back to the wireframe mode, and I want the lines to be matching this grid line here. So just to be sure, I press X and I drag it so it snaps with the grid line. Now this is okay. Now I just want to add a same division in the top area of the walls. So I'll go back to the object mode. I select the object, I select cut faces tool from edit mesh. Now here I don't want in this grid or in this grid. I want it in between. So I will just select the area, and I'll just drag my mouse, and once my line is straight, I'll release my mouse. Again, to be sure, I'll just select all the vertices. I'll just zoom it a bit, and yeah, and I find that this is quite okay. It's in between of exactly in between of both the grids. The same thing now, this, as you can see, two divisions has been created. One is this and one is this here. So still I need another division because this is quite big for a window. This division is quite big for a window. I just need another division. I go back to the front view or the side view from where I can see the height of the entire floor or the flat, and I select the object and I go back to cut faces tool. Now this time I would want to split or add divisions in between this grid, the second grid. So I would split the grid into two halves, click the area, and I release my mouse click. Now I feel that's good enough. That is quite okay from where I have released the mouse. So it's, exactly in the in between of the second grid. So I'm quite satisfied with the divisions I have added. Now to add windows, I need to know where the windows are. So for that I need to go to the top view, and I'll press 4 on my keyboard to come to the wireframe mode. Now here you can see that in between the walls there is some black area which is being highlighted. Now this area is off for the windows. As you can see, you have one window here which is the bigger window, and you have one smaller window here. Same, you have one smaller window here in the dining area for the ventilation. Again, you have a main window here in the bedroom, and then you have windows here in the toilet as well. So what I need to do now, my height divisions has been created. Now I would just want to add a width area, that how broader my window would be. So to do that, I would just go back to my normal tool, which is insert edge loop tool, and I'll just click in the area where I want to, which adds loop here, and I go back to the vertex mode and I say, yeah, this is quite good. And same for this end, I select the same tool again, and I just drag, click and release it here. So now I feel that my window broadness has been covered. So if I press 5 and go to the shaded mode, now you can see this area is the window area. Now I'm quite okay with this area. So what I need to do is just go to the face mode, select this face and hit delete on my keyboard, and same with the back wall itself. So now you can see that this window frame has automatically been created. Now once you press delete of any of the faces, you can see that there's a hollowness which comes here. So we need to fill this hollow gap here. Now how do we do that? How do we fill that hollowness here? So we just go back to the edge mode. It's very simple. We select all the 4 edges of that window frame. So that's 1, 2, 3 and 4. So these, all the 4 edges has been selected. Now I will just simply say extrude. Once I do that, I'll just drag my pointer towards the x-axis, and you can see that there's a wall is automatically being created in between. Now to be sure, I just go back to the vertex mode. I select this vertex and I will snap it with this vertex, because there should not be any kind of gap in between. So to snap vertex to vertex, what you need to do is select this vertex, press V on your keyboard and then drag it, so it snaps with the vertex. The same thing I will do for the rest of the 3 vertex which has been created I'll just press V and I snap it. Similarly here as well. And here as well. Now once the vertex has been snapped, it doesn't mean that it has been combined or it has been merged. The vertices are still open. As you can see that this vertex is still open. So to make it one, as you can see, if I select this area, I can see that only one vertex has been selected, but if you see the counter here, there's actually two vertices has been selected. So I would not want that. I would not want to have an open vertex in my model. So what I need to do, I just select this both vertices and I click merge vertices. Once I do that, you can see the counter is now set to 1. So it means that the vertices has been merged properly. So I will select this area and I will say merge vertices. Same I will do for the other two sides as well. Great. So this is you can see the window of this frame has been created perfectly. This window is being created perfectly here. So this is just a gap for the window. We would add window frames and everything else later. So same I just need to create on the other side as well. As you can see here that there is again a small window here for the ventilation. So in the same way, I will just go back to the top view. I select the object. To add a division to mention the broadness of the window, I'll select insert edge loop tool and I'll just click and release it here. Just going back to the vertex mode just to be a little precise. The same thing I will do, I will just select the same tool, which is insert edge loop, and I will just click it here. So now I know that the same divisions has been created for my window here. Very simple. I go to the face mode and I hit delete, and same with the other part. So now this gap or the frame for the window has also been created. The same thing happens as I said earlier, that once you delete any of the face, you can see a hollowness. So we just need to cover that hollowness up. So how do we do that? We just go to the edge mode, select all the 4 edges surrounding the window frame, and simply say extrude. So all the 4 edges are being extruded to this side. I'll just go back to the vertex mode and I'll just snap this vertices again so that there are no open vertices. Open vertices doesn't create that much of problem, but once you're texturing your model, once you're rendering your model, once you're putting lights, then you can see a difference if your model has open vertices. So it is always better, it is always advisable to close the vertices. Not only close them but also merge them, as I have just done that for the first window. I'm doing it for the second window. So I just select this vertices and I say merge. The same process I will just repeat it for the other vertices as well. Okay, so this is like it how you can create the window frames. Now as you can see here, whenever you model or whenever you do any kind of task in Maya, the history of that particular object is being created here. So this actually helps you, like if you want to go 10 steps back, you can just definitely go 10 steps back, and if you want to undo it, uh, and just see from where you want to undo it, so you can just select this, it will go back to the previous step. But keeping the history also means that you are increasing the file size because it stores in your cache. So I would want to delete my history. I can simply do that by pressing Ctrl Shift and D. So okay, so now I will just similarly create the windows for my other rooms as well. So to know where the windows are exactly, I just need to go on the top view, and I know that we have one window here in the master bedroom, and we have one window here in the toilet, one window here in the corridor, again here at the common toilet, and then finally we have one window here in the hall room in the dining area. So let's start with the main window which is there in the master bedroom. So we'll just go back to our same favorite tool, insert edge loop, and I'll just click and drag here and release my mouse. Just to be sure which area I'm covering, I'll just zoom a bit and adjust my vertices there. Select the same tool again, and I will just do that here as well. So yeah, now same thing is we have to do here. We have to just select the face and hit delete, select the face and hit delete, so the frame for the window is covered. But now just one more step, actually two more step. We just need to extrude the edges surrounding the frames, and once we extrude it, we just need to merge the vertices so that we don't have open vertices anywhere. And I just say extrude. Well, while you're working in Maya or any other 3D software, so once you're in the component mode, any of the components, your vertices or edge or maybe faces, you cannot work from such a zoom out view. So you need to zoom in exact area. So what you can do is either you can just scroll from your mouse to zoom in and zoom out, or maybe let's select that particular vertex and press F, so it automatically focuses in that area. So I will just snap it by pressing V on my keyboard, all the four vertices here. Yeah, so all the vertices has been snapped. Now just the last step is I just need to merge the vertices. As you can see, it's two vertices. I just need to make it to one by selecting both the vertices and say merge. So I will do it for all the open vertices here. Yeah, that's more like it. So yeah, you can see that very quickly you have just created this another window frame here. So we'll just identify where the windows are, and we will just create in exactly the same manner. Select the object, go to the favorite tool which is insert edge loop, drop the edge here and just drop the edge here. Just to be sure, just adjust a little bit. Yeah, that's good. So I'll just go to the shaded mode in my perspective view, and I know that this is the window frame which has created, and I just hit delete. After deleting, I would just do that step again. Select the four edges surrounding the window frames, and I say extrude. Perfect. So just be little zoom, and I'll just snap the vertices. After snapping it, never forget to merge the vertices. So this has been merged, and same here, I just need to merge this as well. And in the same manner, I can do it from here, or I can just press G on my keyboard. Pressing G in your keyboard actually defines you just repeating the last function whatever you did. That's the shortcut in Maya. So if you want to repeat the last function, you just need to press G. So my last function was I was merging the vertices, and I press G again, so it automatically refunctions the same thing by pressing G on your keyboard. So yeah, the toilet window frame is also being created. So we have one window here in the corridor, one window here again in the common toilet, and we have one window here at the dining area. So we'll just quickly create that as well. So let's going to the insert edge loop tool, and I'll just click the area where I want to. Just need to be a little careful once the edges are quite close, so you don't want to snap them along. And I will go to the insert edge loop tool again and create the same thing here. Keep a little gap so that it doesn't get attached to the wall itself. There should be a slight gap in between the window and the window frames and the wall. Perfect. So the same thing, I will just do it again quickly. We'll just go to the edge mode, select the main edges, yeah, and I will say extrude. Let's repeat the process again of snapping and merging the vertices. Yeah, and I'll just select and I will merge the vertices again. I press G so that I can do that quickly. Okay, so this also window has been created perfectly. Now we have only two windows which is left to be created, which is one window we have here. We'll add divisions here and here. Just select the vertices and just define it properly. Go back to this view and delete the faces. I'll just repeat the last two process of extruding the edge and then simply merging the vertices. Just select this here itself and I say merge vertices. Select and snap it and then say merge vertices. Yeah, so even this is done. So we have just one window left here, which is in somewhere in this area. Press 4 to exactly know where it is. Select the object and go to the insert edge loop tool and drop this edge here. So I'll just delete this face and the other two faces, and I'll just select the 4 surrounding edges and say extrude. Just need to snap and merge the vertices. So I've snapped it and I've say merged. So hit merge here again. Yeah, so that's fair enough. Now you can see that I have all my windows being created very beautifully. So there is no gap and there are no open vertices. So I have nothing to worry. So these are the 4 frames which has been created for the windows. We have one this for the bedroom, and the bedroom, then the 2 toilets, and we have one for the living and dining area. So yeah, that's good. So we are kind of perfect with this thing. Now in whenever you're working in Maya or any other 3D software, you see that whatever you function or whatever actions you perform, you see that the history has been created. Now this history is useful when you want to go 10 steps back or maybe 20 steps back. So here you can see what all functions you have performed. So if you want to undo it, you don't know where exactly you want to go back, you can just see it here and just go back to that particular step. But keeping the history also happens to be that you're increasing your file size of the mesh. So I would rather delete my history, and so that I know that I'm very confident and I don't want to undo it on a particular level. So I will just simply delete the history. I will just press Alt Shift and D. Now you can see all the history has gone. So now even if I want to, this is a very crucial step. Even if I want to, I cannot do Control Z, or I go back maybe 10 steps back, because I have deleted my history. You can keep the history maybe once you're satisfied with your model, once you feel that you don't want to add or remove anything, or maybe go back to the previous step. So then would be the good time to actually delete the history. Keep doing it so that my file size doesn't increase, and it gives me a the file doesn't once the file is light, it works well in my PC as well. So yeah, as you can see, all the windows of all the rooms has been created beautifully. Okay, so now after my windows has been completed, I would concentrate on creating the terrace or the balcony area which I have here. The two balconies, one is connected with the living and dining area, and then another, a dry balcony, which is connected with the kitchen. So before I start creating the balcony, I will just close this wall here. Yeah, so I will select this entire structure, and I will go to the insert edge loop tool, and I will add a loop here. Perfect. So now what I'll do, I'll just select these four faces, and I will hit extrude, and I will drag it till here. Now what I need to do is, before I merge the two faces, I cannot just simply keep it open like this. I need to merge the faces here. So what I'll do, I'll just drag little first here, and then I'll just delete the face. Simply I just need to delete all the faces here. Now I'll just select this vertices, make it come a bit closer, and now I will just snap it, all the vertices here. Same thing I will do it for this side. I just press V and I just snap it. Now once snapping it, as you know that it has not been merged, so I'll just select this entire row. Now here you can see the counter is 20. So because I have selected both the sides and both the vertices, so I'll just simply select merge. After selecting the vertices, I'll simply hit merge, and then you can see the counter will go to 10 here. Perfect. So now I know that there are no open vertices in this area. Okay, great. So now we are good to go with the balcony. Now definitely the balcony, the wall would never have the same length of the entire wall. The balcony wall is definitely smaller, as you can just peep outside the balcony. So we'll just concentrate on, you can see that this is the balcony wall here. So first we need to make an edge loop here, and here it's somewhere here, and just select this tool again, and I'll create an edge loop here. So for the balcony, I would need not create this entire length. I would just create, or I would just extrude this length. I'll just extrude and I'll drag it till here, till my balcony is there. Yeah, right there. Now the same thing I need to do it for this side and then this side. Just insert a loop here. Now I will just select these two faces and I just simply say extrude, and I will drag it till my area. Perfect. Same process needs to be done here, so I'll just add a division, add a loop here, adjust with the vertex. Now simply select these two faces, go to the top view, and I say extrude. I'll just keep it around somewhere here. I'll just close it like this. So now this is the wall for the balcony is created, but along with the walls, the balcony also has a grill. So we need to create a grill because this height is pretty much smaller. You need height of here so that you can add some grills. So how do I add a grill here? It's very simple. You can just take a reference image of some grill of a balcony. I would just like to create a simplistic grill here, so I will use cylinder, polygon cylinder. I will select polygon cylinder and I will just click and drag like this. Before adjusting, I would just reduce the subdivision axis. I'll make it to 8, and subdivision caps, I'll just, by default it's 1, so I'll just make it 0. I don't want caps, so by making caps 0, so I'm just reducing the vertices of that particular cylinder. Lower the vertex is easier to control and it's easier to texture as well. Now I feel the radius of this particular cylinder is bigger, so I will just reduce the radius to 0.05. Yep, that is okay. And I will just try to place it in the center of this box. Maybe I can reduce a bit more, and I would say 0.04. Yeah, this is good. Now I say that this needs to go a little inside of the wall, and the height I will increase it by manipulating the vertex. I will just take this much height towards the second grid line. To be precise, I just press X and I drag it so that it snaps with the grid. So I feel this much height of the grill is good. So what I need to do now, I just need to create a copy of this rod. You can say this is more like a metal rod which I have created, and I will just create a copy of it. You can duplicate the object by pressing Ctrl D on your keyboard, so it creates a copy, and you can drag wherever exactly you want to place. Now since I have dragged this, I want the other metal rod to be as exactly as the same distance. I press Shift D, so it takes the instance, it takes the distance, it calculates the distance perfectly and then creates a duplicate. So here I see that my 4 metal rods has been created. So I would just simply select all the 4 metal rods and I will say Control D. I will take this entire 4 rods here and I will place it here. Just to be sure that it's in the center, I'll just go to the top view and align it properly. So yeah, this feels nice, but I need same form of metal rods in the center as well. So I'll just go to the top view. Now I will just create duplicate of this, Control D, and with some assumptions I will just drag it towards the right hand side. Now I'll just need to, once I'm sure, I'll just press Shift D, so that and I'm keep pressing Shift D again and again, so it is creating the duplicate of that particular metal rod. So now this metal rod is being created. Now this should not be open, this should has a cover, so that it gives you a nice view of a balcony. So for the cover I may just simply create a cube. Just create a cube here. And just take it upwards. I feel the height is quite big, so I'll just reduce the height. And I will shift this entire thing up, and this edge, this vertices, I will push it inside the walls, and this I will drag it till here. I feel this should be in the center of the metal rod, so I'll just slowly drag it and align it with the metal rods. The same thing, I will just make a duplicate by pressing Ctrl D, and I will shift it this side. And similarly I will align it here as well. Okay, it looks good. Now I just need to have this in the center as well, so I will just create a duplicate of this and I will just drag it outside. I know I need to rotate it, so I can rotate any object by pressing E on my keyboard. So my rotate icon is now highlighted. I can just rotate the object in the desired direction. So I know I need to rotate in the axis of Y, and I give a parameter of 90. So it's exactly 90 degree it's rotated. And I'll just first align it with the metal rods which is in the center. Yeah, Now I will just drag this vertex and just take it till here. The same way I will just drag this vertex and take it till here. So this is how I have just quickly created a beautiful looking balcony with the grids and the metal rod. So yeah, so in the same way the height is also proper. The wall is of this much and this much is of the grills. So you can just stand here in your balcony and take a sip of a hot coffee and see the view outside the area. Sounds good. Perfect. So in the same way I will just create the balcony for the kitchen as well. So I will just insert another loop here. Yeah, that is okay. And I will extrude only the last two faces as the height of the balcony is smaller. I need a loop here as well. And I will just extrude this side also. And I will just drag it little inside of the existing wall. So very quickly the other balcony has also been created. You can add the same kind of grill here as well. So by doing that, what I need to do, I will just copy the same thing. So I would not want to create another structure, another cylinder here. I will just select these four metal rods or the cylinders and I will just say Control D on my keyboard and I have a copy, and now I can just click and drag. So this is one extra, so I will just simply say delete out of my sight. And now the same structure I will just make a duplicate of here. Once done that, once I feel that the distance is okay, I'll just keep on, just do it again. I'll just press Control D and I'll just drag it to the left side, and once I feel the distance is good enough, I'll just hit Shift and D and I'll keep doing that till I complete the balcony of the kitchen. So this one is, which is extra created, it's getting hidden inside the wall, so I don't need that. I'll simply say delete. I will use the same the grill, or you can say the top of the grill, I'll just say Control D and create a duplicate, and I will just place it on top here. Just align it properly so that it's in the center exactly. Yeah, and I will just maybe drag a little inside so that it's not visible from out, and the same thing I will do it here. Now I will just take a copy of this top side, and I will just drag and I will place it on this side as well. So this is pretty much bigger, so I'll just reduce the size by manipulating the vertices. And I just make sure that it's in the center when it's aligned. Ta-da! So yeah, I mean, you can see that you have two lovely balconies been created. So you can just complete the shaded mode, just remove the wireframe mode as well, and now you can see that you have these metal rods and you have the grill. So this much height is good enough for the balcony. So now you have created the entire walls, we have created the window frames, and we have created the balcony as well. Now we will just concentrate on making the doors, and definitely before we make the doors we also need to cover up the area from where the door or the length of the door will cover. So just like we did it for the windows, the frames, the same thing we will do it for the doors as well. So this area is definitely covered with my wall, so I'll just extrude this face right till here. Now before merging it with the another face, I will just delete this face and I will delete this face. So adjust on the same length of the wall or the same width of the wall here. Yes, that's fine. So now I will just simply merge these vertices. So I'll just select this and I'll say merge, and I press G on my keyboard to repeat my command, and it's merging my vertices. So this is the height of my door. Now before I make the door, I also need to make the frames. So while we do that, first we will just cover the wall area of entire doors which we have. So we'll start off with the entrance zone. So we'll add another loop here. And we will just extrude this face right till here. So now I know that this area would be utilized for my frames for the door. Similarly, we have this extended wall here, which is entrance towards the kitchen. So we'll just do that as well here. Perfect. So now we have the upper wall for this bedroom is done, and we have the upper wall for the entrance is done. Now we'll just create the upper wall for all the frames for the door which is required. So we have one door here, so we need to create an upper wall. So we'll go to the faces, we'll select only the top face, and we will hit extrude. So this is slightly bigger than this, so what I need to do, I'll just level up this wall, and I will then again drag it till here, and I may just leave it till here. That's it. Yeah. So I have now the door which is right here for the bathroom. So this face, I just need to extrude this face, and I will take it till there. And I will just try to match this thing with this. Perfect. So we have frames covered for the doors. We have one more frame here, which is the entrance for the master bedroom. So we just need to add two divisions here. Yeah, that's good. And we'll just extrude this face from the top view, and we'll just drop it till here. So yeah, like as you can see that the frames for this window. It's not exactly the frames, but it's the area from where I will get my frames done. So this is exactly the height of the window. I'll just switch on the wireframe as well. So now from this zone till the floor is the height of my door. Now I just need to concentrate on creating the frames for the door. So this height of the wall or the height of the door is identically matching with the height of the window, so you know that you're perfect, because the divisions which you have created, the first division in the walls is entirely same. Okay, we might also need to create the wall, the upper wall for the balcony itself. So we will select this face and we will extrude. And we'll just drop it till here. So now we know that when we create the frames for the door, because the balcony will have a sliding door, so we will have to create a frame for that as well. And the same thing we will do it for the dry balcony. So we'll extrude and we'll just drag this thing till here. Yes, so this is how we'll just create the upper wall for the entire where we feel where we need to have the doors itself. Fair enough. So this is okay. Now we just need to add a frames from where the door will get attached to it. So we can do that by selecting it here, or by starting with any of the rooms. But it is okay, but it's always advisable that you start off with the entrance, and then, because the entrance doors are always bigger than the other doors which is there inside the room, so then it will become easy for us to scale down the frames. So this is okay. We have just created the upper wall for the doors. Okay, so now as the upper walls for the door has been made, we will now concentrate on making the wooden frames for the door. So how do we do that? We just go to the top view and go to the wireframe mode, and definitely we will make a wooden frame by making a box or a polygon cube. I'll come to the perspective view, or maybe I go to the side view, and I first adjust the height. Which is like somewhere till here. So I go to the side view, and to be sure I'll just open the wireframe mode and I will match it till here. Definitely the wooden frames would be inside interior part, the part would be inside with the wall, so it would be inside the wall. So you just need to drag a little bit inside, and now you can just come back to the wireframe mode and see whether you are kind of satisfied. I feel that the height is still, or the width of that wooden frame is still a problem. It's still quite thick, so I will just reduce that and I will make it like this. So this is my wooden frame for this, and now I just need to create a duplicate of it. Rather than creating a duplicate, I will use the same technique as I have created the walls. So I'll go to the side view, I'll go to the wireframe mode, and I will insert a edge here. And I will simply extrude this face along the z-axis. And I will keep pushing it till the z-axis till I match with this edge here of the wall. Yeah, that is okay. So this frame is also been created. Now I just need one more edge loop so that I can create a frame downwards. So I go to this, I go to the side view again, and I switch on the shaded mode. So this is my frame, remember, and I will just add a loop, and I will just add a loop here matching with the gap or the width of that of the first, which is on the left side. Yeah, I feel this is okay. I will just take this edge a little bit inside. Now I just need to simply extrude this face and take it downwards till the floor. So this is the wooden frame for my door. Now I need to know that which side is my door is. So as you can see, this is the door. So definitely it's closing this side. It's closing like this. Now to make it in a more detailed way, what I will do is I will add a loop here. Not I would say not exactly half, but more of keeping just 20 or maybe 30% of the frame. Why I have done that, I will explain it to you. Now I will select these three faces and I will hit extrude, and I will hit extrude and I will drag it along its path. So you can see here there's a face is coming out of the frame. Now this additional face will actually helps the door to keep shut, so that the door should not rotate 180 degree, it should just close till the 90 degree. So this is more like a stopper for the door, where the door actually ends once it's closed. So it looks in a much more detailed way if you see it without the wireframes. So this is the area for the door or the door frame. So now my door frame is ready. What I just need to do, every door frame is the same, so I just need to copy this thing and I just need to place it in between the doors gaps where we have the door to be placed, so that what it does, I don't need to create it every time, I can use the same copy. So I will just make a duplicate of it by pressing Ctrl D, and I will just drag this frame and I will try to place it this side. I will rotate this needs to be rotated, so this will rotate in the axis of Y and the value would be -90. And surely definitely this framing is smaller, or the entrance or the space is smaller than of the main entrance, so we just need to manipulate the vertices so that it fits exactly the way we want to. So first we'll go to the top view and select all the vertices, and we'll press R. R is the tool where we can scale. So first we will just decrease the width a little bit, and we can keep it in the center. We can move it in its center, and this area we just need to drag it a bit this side, and same would be for this. So this wooden frame for the bedroom is created. Now we'll just again make a copy of this and place it so I just need to make a copy, so I can press Ctrl D and I get the copy. And the value of it, I will give it to 90. And I will place it here. I will just adjust the manipulation of the vertices so that I can fit exactly where my walls are being created, like here. Okay, so the same way I will just make a copy of this frame as well, and I will use Ctrl D command to make a copy. And I will place it here. So I will make a rotation to 180 degree. It should be minus 180. So this, we just need to adjust the rotation of this entirely. So this would be, I think, 0. Yeah, it should be 0 rotation. And we will just adjust the vertices here as well. Very slowly, and you have to adjust carefully. You have to adjust the vertices so that you don't miss out. Like it needs to be carefully done. These are the small tasks where you have to be very accurate if you're going for the detailing. So yeah, now this is my frame is for the bedroom 2 has been created. Now I think I have only the one main frame which is left, which is for the toilet, which is inside the main bedroom. So I will just take a duplicate of this toilet, and I would need to rotate this. This would be in the axis of y0. I'll just check it if it's the right axis which we have rotated. Yeah, that's the perfect axis. So the same way, we just need to adjust the height according to the wall. Yeah, looks okay. So yes, now we are almost done. We have created all the wooden frames for the door. So we have created wooden frames for the main door. We have created a wooden frame for this bedroom, both the bedrooms, and we have created wooden frames for both the toilets as well. So this is good enough. Yeah, so this is how you create wooden frames. Now once you feel that this is more like it, now after every time when you extrude edges and faces, it is always preferred that you go to normals and you do set to face. You click on option set to face. So what it does actually, the option set to face is, when we extrude, so there is a normal tendency that we extrude in a different axis, which is not the original, or which is not the normal axis for that particular face or the edge. So definitely the edge or the face gets extruded in a wrong direction, so it is always reversing back to its normal axis. So that is why we use normals and we use set to face option. So yeah, hi, this is the frames for the doors is finally completed. Now our structure is almost ready. What we need to do is, now we'll just add the doors. So as you can see, we have made the wooden frames for where the doors will fit. So now we just simply need to add the wooden frames, the doors, and then we are good to go. So let's start making the entrance door. What will I do here? I will just see if everything is perfect, and now I will go back to side view. I will switch on the wireframe so that I can have a look at the frame here, or I can just go to the top view and maybe I can create a door directly from here and increase the height from the side view. So yeah, I think this is okay. Now I will just go to the side view, and definitely if you see here, the height is not proper, so I just need to select these 4 vertices and increase the height. So this is where my frame is. As you can see, this is the wooden frame which we have made. Now I will just snap it properly with the edge of the wooden frame. I'll just switch on the wireframe mode and I'll just press V and I snap it. Now I know my height of the door is perfect. It seems that we just need to increase the width of the door and just a little bit so that it fits exactly with our frames. Now what we will do here is that we need to close and we need to shut and open the door. So definitely the axis of rotation should be somewhere here where the actually hinge supposed to happen, or maybe set. So what we need to do, we need to set a pivotal point to here. How we can set the pivotal point? We'll just go to the front view and switch on the wireframe mode. This is the door which we can see here. So this is our door which we have created. The pivotal point is here. We just need to first go to modify and make center pivot, so the pivot comes to the center. Now what we'll do, we'll just press insert on our keyboard and we can move the pivot of that point here. Just to confirm it from the top view, I'll just snap it so that it's perfectly snapped with the edges. Now I can just press insert to go to my pivot and see that my pivot point has actually been set here. Now if I press E to select the rotation tool. Now as you can see, I can easily rotate on the axis of Y and can see my door is flapping. So this is what exactly I want, but before I just do that, I need to set it properly. It should be really close, edge to edge. There is little gap on the top. I just need to close this gap as well. Yeah, looks okay, but just to be sure, I'll just have a close look from here whether it's been intersecting with any of the edges or not. Yeah. Okay, now if I just see that and if I just try to close the door, so as you can see, there's a little gap here. I'll just rotate this in the y-axis with a value of 90, and I'll go to the side view and I will just move this vertices here a bit. Yeah. Yeah, so this is now my door is completed. Now this is just a wooden plank. What we will do now, we will just quickly add a knob to the door and then we'll just duplicate the doors to the other area where we require. So I'll just keep the rotation in 90 itself, and what I'll do, I'll just go to the side view so that I can have a full view of my door, and I will create a sphere. I'll switch on the wireframe mode and I'll just create a sphere like this, drag it to the outer side of my door, and before we do any modification to this sphere, we'll just quickly change the values to 8 polygons and maybe the radius should be 0.06. Okay, I'll just go to the top view, just focus on the sphere. Now I feel I don't need these faces, so that I can create the extension of the knob which will be attached to the door. So I'll just simply select those faces and I will delete it. I will also modify the front edges of the sphere and I'll just try to squeeze inside a bit like this. I will use my scale tool by pressing R and I can just smudge it like this. So now I feel that okay, this is good enough for my knob for the door, but still I just need to create an extension so that it can easily get attached to the door itself. I'll just select the edges which I have cut out, the faces which I have deleted. I will select the last border edges and I will simply hit extrude. Once done, I will extrude in the z-axis along is the same axis, and I will increase the value of it by some margin. Once done, I'll just select the R tool and adjust it how exactly I want my door knob to be done. So yeah, this is okay. Still I want one more edge, so the edges which are there I'll keep selected and I will hit extrude one more time. Now towards the normal axis I will just give the value in the x-axis. So now my door knob is also been done. I'll just go to the side view and I'll just reconfirm whether at what height I should place my doorknob, and I feel this height is good enough for the doorknob, and I just simply need to push this thing to the y-axis, x-axis sorry, and just keep it just attached to the door. That's it. Maybe a little more can be better. Yes, this is okay. So yeah, now the door has been completed, also the doorknob, but this doorknob is just on the outer side. I would need the same on the inner side of the flat as well. So I just simply go to the top view, I press 4 to switch on my wireframe mode, and I will just simply say Control D. I press Control D, which is the command to duplicate. Now the object has been duplicated, but what I need to do, I just need to flip this knob so that it fits on the inner side of the thing of the door. So I'll just give a value in the scale division of -1 for the x-axis, x scale. So now it exactly flips in the opposite direction. I'll just reconfirm it from the inside view. Yeah, and I feel this is good. Both the doorknobs are being set inside and outside. So this is my door is complete. What I will do, I'll just select the door. I will select both the knobs and I will just say combine. Once I say combine, definitely the pivot point goes to the center of the grid. So I would just need to modify it again. I will say center pivot, so it automatically comes at the center of the door. Now from the top view or maybe from the side view, I'll just press 4 to highlight my wireframe mode, and I will press insert so that I can move my pivot exactly at the edge. Just go to the top view, and what I'll do, I'll just press V and I will snap it with the edges. That's it. I'll press insert and my door is set now. So now whenever I open the door, it will be like this. I can rotate it on the y-axis. We'll keep it to 90. So keep it to 0. So now I can just simply create a duplicate for it. I'll just check it again once whether it's been cover all the frames, and I feel yes, it has covered all the frames. So this is good, and I'll just create a duplicate of it by pressing Ctrl D, and I will just drag this door here. I will rotate it minus 90 degree so I can place this door for the kids bedroom. Definitely the length, or you can say the width, of the frames for the kids bedroom is slightly lesser than that of the main door, so we need not to worry. We can just reduce the vertex this side. You can just shift the vertex this side, and we can place it inside the frames. I think we just need to shift the edges a little bit more. This is the edge. Just to be sure, just check it again, and yeah, and I feel now this is proper. So the door for kids bedroom has also been set. You can just rotate and see that this is also been done properly. Now I need the door for the toilet here. I will just create a duplicate of the same door, and I will just shift it this side and then adjust it with the frames. Yeah, so this is also done. This will open this side. I will take a duplicate of the kids room door again, and I will place it for the master bedroom. Height is definitely proper because we have kept the same edges for the when we have created the frame. It's only we need to worry about the width of the door. And it's just a minor manipulation which you have to do to set up the door exactly. So this will come out it like this, and yeah, this is also done. This will open this side like this. Now we have one more door left, which is for the washroom or the toilet, which is inside the master bedroom. So I will copy this same door for the toilet, and by pressing Ctrl D, and I'll just shift it here. Now I just need to make it to 0, the rotation, so I can properly adjust it. Yeah, this is fine. Now I just need to check whether it's matching the frames or not. Yeah, this is fine. Now this will open like this. So we have in the same way, just making by one door for the entrance. We have completed all the doors. We have just created a copy of it, and once the copy has been placed in the desired area, we just need to adjust the manipulations for the vertex. So this is how we have easily created doors for all the flats or for all the rooms. So for the timing, I'll just keep it closed. So this is how doors can be created easily. Now we'll just focus on creating the sliding doors for the balcony. So since there is not much room to have a proper flapping door, so we have to create a sliding door here. We will do it in the same process. We'll just go to the front view and first maybe just create a polygon cube and match the height. Just snap the bottom edges to the grid so that my height is perfect, and I will snap this top edges with the edge of the wall. So this has been created here. We'll just shift it here. This I feel is very thick for a door, so I'll just go to the vertex mode of it and just reduce the depth a bit. Yeah, this is good for the door. So as you can see how here you can see there are 4 doors being created for the sliding door. So in the same manner we will create same. So we will just say Control D and just shift it like this. Before actually doing that, what we'll do, we'll just create some division. We'll add some divisions in the door itself, on the sliding door itself. So how do we do that? We can just select this face, and we can select this face and we say extrude, but this time we will not use the move tool. We will just click on the green box or the blue box here, which is the tool for the scale. So the cursor automatically turns to the scale pointer, and now we'll just drag a little bit. Yeah, like this. And we'll just add one more extrude, and we'll just zoom it a bit inside so we can have a depth like this. So now we can create a duplicate. Just say Control D and drag this thing here like this. So we'll do a Control D again and then make a copy here. And similarly for the last one, Control D, and then we'll make the copy here and we'll drag this vertex little towards the door. So this is more like my sliding door for the balcony. Now just to add a little realistic effect, or maybe a glass effect, I will just select the face and the inner face and maybe give it a little lighter material just to identify. That's it. So we'll go to Window, Rendering Editors, and we will open Hypershade. We will create a blend shader by clicking blend. We'll double click on it to open the editor, attribute editor, and we'll just increase the transparency a bit. So as you can see, the material, the shader has now turned transparent. So this is good for us to modify the windows, the door pane. So we'll just simply select this face and this face and apply. So now you can see it is comparatively little transparent than the border. So we will quickly apply this to all the doors, the sliding door which we have created. Just select the face and keep on applying the new shader. Yeah, so now this is more looking very natural, you know, with some kind of transparency in it, so you can see the other side of the balcony also a bit, and same which is from the outer view as well. So this is fine. It's a sliding door for the balcony is also created. We will keep the balcony for the kitchen open as there is no door assigned, so we will keep it as it is. Now it's more or less perfect. The only thing which is left here is the window. We need to have grills, or otherwise, you know, if you have this kind of open windows, definitely you're inviting thieves in your place. So we need to have a proper grill so that the window is covered. We'll just make one frame or one grill for this window, and maybe we can duplicate it for the rest of the windows. So how we can make the grill is, you can select different patterns which is quite there available on the internet. What I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to create this pattern which I have got this image from the internet. So as you can see, it's a very simple pattern for a grill, for a window. So you have this a box here, and then you have one edge is going here, one edge is going here, on all four directions, and then you can just make a duplicate of it on two sides, so you'll get the pattern. So I will just try to do that here very easily. I will just create a small cube, a polygon box, like this. I'll just make it a bit flatter, and what I need to do is just make it hollow like this as it's shown in this image. So for that I just simply need to have a face in between. So I will add an edge here, and same way I will add an edge here, and likewise I will add it this side as well as this side. So once done, I will just simply delete the middle face, and I will extrude these edges so that there is no hollowness in this. After doing that, I will just simply merge the vertices for the same, so that I don't have any open vertices. So you can definitely, you know, search any other kind of pattern which is easily available on the internet. So this was the more simplest looking and also very nice in pattern. It didn't have much of the complications as well. So now this structure is ready. I just need to extrude one part here and extrude the other part here, and likewise on the sides. So for that I'll just go to the side view and add, I'll just maybe reduce the size of it here like this, and I will use the cut face tool so that I can get exactly on both the sides. So I'm using cut face tool, I'm just adding it a edge here, and an edge here. If you feel that if this middle vertices are not in center, you can just individually select them and adjust it accordingly. The same way I will use it for this side. Just go to the object mode and select cut faces tool. Like here and like here. So even now for this side, if you feel that you just need to modify a bit, you can do that. So now very quickly I have this pattern ready. I'll just select these 4 faces and I will hit extrude, and I will extrude along its own path. So I get a pattern like this. I can do a global scale. I can just reduce the size if I want to. I feel this is perfect. So I'll just go to my side view and try to keep it near my window. I'll keep on the outer edge so that I can create the sliding doors as well for the window. So I will create a duplicate here like this. Then maybe group it by pressing Ctrl G and make the pivot to the center by going to modify and making it center pivot, and just keeping a group down like this. So you have one here and one at the side, so it's we just undo it. We'll go back to the previous step and we'll take this main grid to the center of the window. And create a duplicate down like this. And we will keep it at the side as well, but this time this will come here like this. This vertex will go here in, and same with this side. I can select this and create a duplicate here. And again. So this is the grill for your window has been created. So now you know the thief cannot enter with this tiny grill, tiny gap here. So now what we need to do is we'll just select all the individual grills which we have made. and you can press Ctrl G, or you can go to edit and say group. It's Ctrl G. So now this is one group, and you can go to modify and say make center pivot. So now we'll use this group and make a duplicate of it and shift it to the other windows as well. So this is a slightly bigger window. Here, like this. So this is the grill for your windows has been created. Now you can just simply select all the groups this side and make it a duplicate again, and you can use it for the master bedroom. Yeah. Here you have one more window here, and you can just say Ctrl D and rotate it to the 90-degree. And then adjust it here accordingly. So we will use the same group for where we have the single windows. And apply it there and just place it there. Here. So we have another two windows I think left. One is for the corridor and another one is for the common toilet. So we'll flip this, we'll rotate this to 90. We'll drag it in. Same group we will use for this window as well. This would be on the outer side. Okay, so this is how we have just completed to add windows. Now what we'll do, simply we'll just duplicate this sliding door and we will take it to the main window here, and we'll rotate it on the y-axis for 90-degree, and now we'll just adjust the scale of it. Press R and just reduce the scale from y-axis, and we'll place it on the window frame. Take this down a bit like this. Yeah, similarly here. We'll make a duplicate of it to the edge, shift it to the outer side so that it looks like that it's a sliding window like this, and I will create this copy and I will keep it here. We'll duplicate this 3 and we'll shift for this window here. Perfect. So this is how we have added a sliding door plus the grill to all the windows. So now this is it's done. This is how you do a proper setup for a floor plan, where you have made the walls initially with all the partition and divisions, then you have added the balcony, then you have added the door frames, and then finally you have added the window grills and definitely the sliding windows. Hello everyone. We today gonna learn about architecture pre-visualization, and the topic gonna be how do we create the bedroom interiors. Now I'll just take you through the topics which we're going to cover. It would be creating 3D model of a bed set, so that includes the bed itself along with the pillows and the bed sheets. Creating study table and chair, creating the corner desk which you keep alongside of the bed, creating wardrobe, and then creating props and other elements for the room, for example like TV set, lampshades, and etc. So let's get started with this. So we have this blueprint here of a room or of a floor plan. Now we can see here that this is my bedroom. We're just going to concentrate here on the bedroom part. So we have the bedroom here, that's one kid's bedroom, and one we have the master bedroom. So we can definitely see the elements. What are the different elements which we have? We have a bed, definitely, with all the pillows and the bed sheets. We have a corner table here, and we have a study table here with a chair, and plus we have a wardrobe this side. So same here, coming to the master bedroom, we have this main bed here, the 2 corner desks, and this one big wardrobe, and this is the one front table where you can see that a television set has been kept, and here is a corner chair with a small desk. So this is how we get started. So we just need to focus on, we'll start off with making the kids room. We'll start off with the bed first, as it's covering the more of the area. So now creating bed is something which the first part is quite okay, you know, because the normal process of making a bed is just like a simple box, but the amount of detailing which you have to give, that that what exactly counts, that actually then make it look like a bed. It doesn't should look like only a box has been kept here. So definitely I will start up with a box here. I will just create a box and I will give it some height, and I will just go to the perspective view and have a look at it from the side view as well. So let's say I just want to give it this height here, and I will just snap it just one grid like this, and I will snap it with the grids by holding X. I come back to the previous view and I say that this height, but this bed is need not to be just like a box, so this has to have a proper shape. Just attach it with the wall, just a little gap, that's it. So now you can see that any bed has, you know, 4 different elements. You have, maybe you have some cabinets here for the storage, and you have main area where you can keep the mattress, and then you have 4 legs, and then definitely there's a headrest, and then you have the pillows and the rest. So this is how we're going to start with it. We can just take a reference image of a bed, as this view is just from the top view, so it's really difficult to figure it out that how the bed looks like from the side, or you can just imagine it, or maybe just take a reference image, which I have here, this one. So this image is just a reference images for me, just to understand the shape of the bed, that's it, from the front view. So however I will be concentrating on making this bed, so but just to understand the shape I've just take a help of this image. So as you can see here that, you know, you have this entire part as one element, and you have extended version which is coming out the face, and then you have the mattress which is kept inside a bit. So we will just concentrate on making that here as well. So before we do that, it's essential that we give this polygon some boundaries and some faces, so it becomes easy for us to work on it. So I will just quickly create a face here. We'll just reduce the height a bit first, so we can definitely manipulate the heights later on. So this is just for the base. I'll just select the top face here. I will give it extrude, come back to the top view, open my wireframe mode, and I will just scale it down a bit like this. Let's match it from the top view again. So this face which I have created actually helps me to give a depression inside where we will keep the mattress. So once we select this face and say extrude, now we just push it down towards the z-axis or the y-axis. So as you can see that the depression is being created. So this area we will use to keep the mattress. This is just a frame where the mattress can, you know, fit exactly in the bed. So this is more like it. Now definitely this area here will have a headrest, so we will select this face, and just like you can see in the reference image that they have a headrest here, so in the same way in our image, in our bed which is there kept in the room, has a headrest too. So what we will do, we'll just select the face and I will say extrude and just increase the height a bit. I will try to give some kind of a designer shape later. I have just extruded for my reference as of now, so which I feel this height is good enough. Yeah, I'm just creating a dummy shape first and then we'll try to give the detailing later. So we will add some drawers here for the storage, this side as well as this side, as we have space. So we can add two different storages or maybe one big storage. So now since this part is done, we have created a frame for the mattress. Now we'll just try to quickly add a mattress inside the frame. We will use the same technique by taking a box and give some height. We'll go back to the side view. We'll adjust the height a bit, so this is where the mattress will lie at the position. The height, I would just want to reduce the height a bit. Maybe I'll just snap it with this vertex by pressing X, and there should be some gap inside the mattress. It should not be complete edge to edge. There would be some gap which would be visible to the user. So this I feel is good enough for the mattress, but definitely the mattress which you see on the beds are not that flat or not that boxy, so it has to have some kind of smoothness. So to give smoothness, what we need to do is we need to add smooth, but before having a smooth modifier, we need to make some divisions. Just for example, I would like to show you now. This polygon cube has no extra additional faces. It has only 6 faces, which is one from the top down and then the 4 sides. Now if I add smooth, this is the smooth modifier here. If I add smooth, the shape changes like this. Now we don't have a mattress like this, definitely, so we'll just undo it by pressing Ctrl Z, and what we will do, we will just add some divisions here using the edge loop tool. We'll go to the top view to be precise, and we'll add a division here just on the top corner and then on the bottom corner, and the same I will use it for both the sides, this side and this side. Now the same thing, you can just apply smooth and see. Okay, now this is more like it. This is, I call it as a mattress. Just remove the wireframe. Now you can see that it's actually been fitted inside the frame which we have created for the mattress, and it's looking proper. You can see this roundness. So the smooth divisions which we have used, it's only the division is 1. We can increase the division, it will multiply the faces, so we can create it 2, but you can see there would be no sharp edges, it would be more roundish. So now you can see we have added one more division here, so now it is more roundish. So for the reference, I will just create one division and I will work with it, and maybe I can add one more division later if I require. So this is how quickly the mattress has been created. Now what we need to simply do is, it's still looking very flat to me for a bed. We need to add some kind of storage, like where we can keep our stuffs. So we can definitely add some kind of drawers here, and we can add some kind of drawers here as well. So what I'll do to add drawers, I definitely need some divisions in between. I will select a tool called offset edge loop tool. What offset edge loop tool does is it creates two edges along the same path. So if I select this edge, and if I want to add offset, I can create simultaneously this in the exact gapping in between. So currently I will use this tool later, and I'll just go back to the normal tool, which is insert edge loop tool, and I will add an edge loop here, and then definitely I will add a edge loop here at the bottom. So now I have some divisions in my bed base. Now it would become easy for me to create a drawer like this. So what I will do here is I will create some more edges for the drawer. But I go to the side view and do that so that I can be precise. So say I want to make a draw here in between of these two grids, and then in between of these two grids. So I need a loop here, and I would need a loop here. So I've added some loops in my bed. Now what I'll do, I'll just quickly create this face as a part of my edge, or as a part of my draw or the storage. We'll just create one more edge here like this. So now the gapping is proper. Now we can have one more draw here and one draw here, and same with the other side. So what I need to do is I just select these four faces, and I go to the command called extrude. Before extruding, I will just make it this is actually happening together. So now if I make this inside, so we have one big draw like this and one big draw like this. I would not want that. I would want it to be a separate drawer. Okay, so we are supposed to make the drawers for this bed now. So we have to make 4 drawers, which is 1, 2, 3 and 4. So we'll simply just go to the face mode and select the faces, and once we say extrude, now you need to see what happens here. Now we're pushing, so now this is taking this, both the faces is being counted as one, as it's being attached to each other, and same with here. So ultimately we are not able to create 4 drawers. We are just trying to create, we are making 2 drawers here, two drawers. So what we need to do, we just hit Ctrl Z, come back to the main view, keep the face selected. Now we just need to keep this option check off, like keep faces together. So now it will treat individual faces individually. It will not treat these two faces as one face. So now you can see, now if I extrude, now all fours are being extruded individually. So there is no connection between the four. So just be sure that whenever you need to create or whenever you need to extrude faces separately, just keep that option off as keep faces together. Just keep this off. So now I feel this much area or this much height and width is good enough for the draw. What I'll do, I'll just simply make an extrude again, and this time I will push it in. Like this. If I go to the top view and I see that this I have pushed it till here, and so I'll just keep it till here, this big as my drawer. So where we can create the, or we can keep the stuffs. Now this is more like flat. What we need to do is select this face, select this face, select this and this, and say extrude again. Now we'll just push it down. Like here, this much. So now if you see that you have created a space for the drawer itself. Now we need to cover this up, or we will have a cover. So we just need to make a a lid or a cover so that we can make this thing covered. Now what I can do here is I can just simply create a wooden cube like this. The height is definitely a lot, so we just need to cover up the height. We just need to reduce the height. So I'll just go to the vertex mode and I will reduce. So it's more like a cap for the gap which we have here, like this. So what we need to do is we just need to change the pivotal point of this lid to the top of the lid. here. It will be somewhere like here. Perfect. So now this will open up like this. So this will open up like this for the storage. Now we need to give a small handle here, like a semicircle, so that it becomes easy for us to open and close like this. So what I'll do now is I'll just go to the side view again, switch on the wireframe mode, or maybe I can just go to the top view and create a torus. Now creating a torus, it's like it creates a tube. So what I'll need to do is I'll just reduce the divisions for it. I'll just make it to 8, and maybe I can reduce the radius a bit. Yeah, this is fine. Now what I don't need is I don't need this face. I'll just simply delete this. This definitely is very big, so I just need to reduce the scale of it. Yeah, this is okay. So this I have more like a handle. I have made a handle for this, so that it helps us to open this. Now what I need to do, I'll just make this object a combine object. So once I hit combines, the pivot point automatically moves to the center of the grid. I just need to make it modify and make it center pivot, and just go to the side view again and change the pivot till here like that. Perfect. So this is how it will open and shut. So I just now simply need to create a copy of this and place it here. To be precise, I'll just go to the side view and check whether I have done it in the right direction. Yeah, so now this is fine. Just select this and this, and I'll say Control D. I'm making a copy, and will just flip it on that side. So for that, I'll just give a value of, in the scale, -1. So now this has been flipped. I just need to place it here like this. So yeah, you have just created a bed and you have made some drawers on it. So the drawers for the beds is been completed here. Okay, so after making the base for the bed and the mattress and then following the drawers, we will now concentrate on making the pillow and the bed sheet. So we'll just go to the top view, open the wireframe and see that there are some pillows kept here. So what we'll do, we'll just with the help of a polygon cube, we will create a shape of a pillow. So the technique gonna be the same as that for what we have used for the bed, that it will have some kind of a smoothness. It will not be like a rock solid, that edgy pillow which we have here right now. So I'll just go to the subdivisions, the attribute editor of this polygon cube, and I will just add some divisions and I'll make it to 2. I feel I need to add subdivisions with on the x-axis to make it 4. Okay, so this is good. Now if I make this thing smooth, this doesn't look like a pillow. It's more like, just a smoothen piece of mattress, like a small mattress. So we want to modify the shape a bit. So how do we do that? First we'll select this edge. Maybe we can just manipulate the height a bit first. It will not be that thick, the pillow. So we'll just squeeze it a bit and we'll just select this, double click on this middle edge so the entire row gets selected. We'll press R so we get the scale tool and we'll just drag it from the middle so that it spreads around like this. Plus we want this vertex and this row of vertex, or we can just take the middle vertex and maybe drag it like this bit upwards, and we'll select the end vertices here and the end vertices here, all the rows. Just make sure all are selected. We'll just scale it a bit like this. So now if you just apply smooth and see, it's more like it as it's little bulgy from the center and squeezed from the side. So we'll just undo this thing and try to modify a bit more. Come to the front view. We'll just increase the top vertices and just adjust the shape a little bit. Same with this vertex. We'll select this as well and scale it towards the x-axis like this. If you feel like adding more divisions to it, take the insert offset edge loop tool and then add both simultaneously on both the sides. So now once you have that, you can just drag this vertex here as well, just to giving a proper shape. It should not be that flat, it's more like a roundish thing, not exactly a circular. Let's apply smooth and see how the results is. Okay, now this I feel is kind of good enough for the pillow. Just control undo a bit steps and come back to my harder mode, like not the smoother mode, and maybe I'll just try to add some more modifications. If I any point of time, if you feel that you have too many unwanted edges or faces, you can just simply delete them. You can just click the entire row and press Ctrl and then right click on your mouse and then say edge loop utilities, and then to edge loop and delete. So it will delete the entire row. Same thing with this. Control and right click, go to edge loop utilities and then say edge loop and delete. Maybe I want this end to be a little flat from here. Let's just check out the shape. Try and modify until you feel you're quite convinced with the shape, and once your shape is done, you just need to apply smooth. That's all. Maybe I can just increase the height a bit more like this, so it gives that a fluffy, a bulgy look from the center. Yeah. And maybe I can just, from the side view, I can just select the back row faces and I move it this side like this. Let's see what we get after applying smooth. It's too bulgy, so we just go to the front view and just reduce the bulginess a bit by shifting the up arrow, by pushing the top vertices a bit down. I feel this is good enough for the pillow. So what we'll do, we'll just make a copy of it. Before copying, we'll just add smooth so it looks proper. And we'll just place it randomly like this. So we have 3 pillows here, and then we'll make a duplicate of it and just rotate this thing down, little slanting towards. Yeah, so we have added some pillows here. Now the task would be to have a bed sheet. So how do we do that? Now creating bed sheet is as a cloth, you're creating a cloth, so that's a bed sheet, so it has a lot of wrinkles on it. So now to get those things done easily, we would be using a tool of Maya which is called ncloth. If we have to model this step by step, it will take a huge lot of time, and it is also not advisable to do that as well. So what we will do, we will just, from the front view, we will create a plane from here till here. That should be the width of the bed sheet. So, and we'll just take it, we'll just adjust it. The top, the height should be a bit more. So what we'll do, we'll just give some divisions to it, let's say by 50 and 50, 50 by 50, and we'll just height, we'll make it to 2 or maybe 2.7. okay, and we'll just take it up so that it doesn't touch the bed or the mattress. What are we doing here? We're just creating ncloth, and we will simulate ncloth, so we'll get a natural looking cloth, or we'll get a natural looking fabric or bed sheet, which you can say. So we have created the plane, creating a subdivision 50 by 50. So what we'll just change these options to going to N dynamics. There's an option called N dynamics. There is a drop down menu. The entire menu shifts to not polygon now. It has N dynamics and N constraints. So we'll select this plane and we'll go to N mesh and we'll apply create ncloth. So the ncloth deformer has been assigned to this plane. So now what we need to do, we need to make this mattress and this bed base as a collider object. So once this ncloth starts simulating, it falls on this bed and the mattress, so it gives the natural looking wrinkles to us. So we'll select the mattress, and by pressing shift we'll select the bed base and go to N mesh again, and we'll create them as passive colliders. So once that is done, you can just increase your timeline of this animation timeline to maybe 5000. By default it would be always on 24 or maybe 48. So just increase it to 5000. Oh, did I hit 50? No, just make it 5000. That's good enough. And then hit this button called play. Just need to, yeah, now hit this button called play. And stop it. Just stop the animation when you feel that if you're getting the right shape. You can just do it again, go to reverse, and then once you hit play, and boom, ncloth starts simulating, and then stop when you feel that you get the desired shape of the bed sheet. Yeah, I think this is fine. So I'll just stick to this shape, or maybe I'll just do it again. Yeah, this is more like it. This is perfect. As you can see how perfectly, the wrinkles of the cloth has been created, and without any much of hassle. So now you are still in the end cloth mode, or you're still in the dynamics division. You need to move out and come back to the poly mode. So select this end cloth, or the plane which you have created. Select this mattress and select the base, and just delete the history, so that end cloth is no more attached with the objects which you have created. So just press Alt Shift and D on your keyboard, so the history has been deleted. Just to be sure, you can see the symbol for end cloth and the rigid body are still there. Just go to dynamics. Now you can see, just go to this outliner window. You would be here initially. Just select this outliner window, and now you can see what all objects you have in your scene. So now just select this end cloth, and you have already deleted the history, and just say delete, so it's gone. And select the rigid body and say delete, and select this rigid too and say delete. So once you select delete the end cloth, the original formation of the plane comes up. However, you don't need this plane now. The purpose has been fulfilled of creating this cloth. So what you need to do now, this still is a combined object. So if you delete this, your bed sheet also is gone. So I won't do that. So I'll just press Ctrl Z. I'll go back to the face mode, and I go to the side view, and I just select this entire face and say delete, and I just go back to the original mode. So my plane remains a normal plane now. And I have a lovely looking bed sheet here. So my bed is finally completed. I have made the bed base, the mattress, some drawers in the bed, and then we have created some pillows, and now we have made a beautiful looking bed sheet using end cloth. So this is how you make a complete bed. Okay, so now once the bed has been made completely with the pillows and the bed sheets, now we'll just focus on creating this corner desk, which is just next to the bed there, to keep your stuffs and mobile and things like that. So we'll just start off with the polygon cube. We'll adjust the height from the side view. It would be the height of that of the bed, the wooden base which we have. We'll not do it edge to edge, we'll just keep it little gap from the wall. Like this, and same like this. Like this. So this is your desk where you can keep your stuffs. Now this, you can have a drawer here and maybe two drawers here. So we'll just quickly make the drawers. To understand where the division will come from, we'll just split this edge or the cube So this is the space for one drawer, and then I'm just creating the space for another drawer here. Perfect. So we will have one drawer from here, this area, and we'll have the another drawer from here, this area. So we'll just add one more edge to the corner, on both sides like this. So this area, if I delete this, so this would be my drawer 1 and this part would be my drawer 2. So just undo it. So what I do is just simply delete this face, and I will extrude this edge right till the end like this. And I will just merge this vertex here, and we'll merge the vertex here by snapping it to the vertex and then pressing this modifier called merge vertices. Yeah, just do set to face so that I don't get any unwanted faces. Now what I need to do is remove this hollow part as well. So this would be this edge, and this edge I will just say extrude, and I will just same way just drag it in. So just to get a closer view, we'll snap this vertex again, and I'll say merge, and here I'll do the same thing. So yeah, again same for this vertices as well, both the vertices. Say merge and merge here. So this is the space for my drawer. You can keep it open if you want to keep your stuffs, or you can just have a drawer which you can drag out. So to create that, I would need another box. I would need another polygon cube, which I will have it from here. So we'll just have some gap here from all sides. Need not be equal, but precisely some gap. And I say that this has been created here like this. So now this will go in as a drawer, so we have to make it as a drawer. So I'll just increase the height or the length of it. Yeah, now if I can just place it in, yeah, it's little, yeah, this is fine. Like this, perfect. So now here the same way I will just create a depression in it so that we can just push it down, so we can have a gap, it can keep our stuffs. So I'll just simply, I can do extrude, or I can just select this face and I can just say extrude and just scale it down from the center, and then again hit extrude and then push it down like this. Yeah, perfect. So now this my draw has been created, so now I can just simply keep like this. So once I open, so I know I have my draw, yeah, like this. I'll keep it this side like this here. So now you can see that there's a little gap which is giving a depth in 3D, and in the same way we will just delete this face and just extrude this edge, and this edge all together. Like this. Till the end. Now I just need to snap this properly by pressing V. Merge it. Need to merge this here. And yeah, you just need to merge this thing here, and the same is for this vertices as well. So now you have just created this hollow as well. The same thing you can do is just duplicate this thing down. Yeah, perfect. So you have created very quickly the cabinet which has the drawers like this, which shall open, and same with this. You can just draw a knob here, go to the front view and just create a sphere like this. Make the radius subdivision to 8. Radius is 0.04. This is good. So, and from the top view we'll just delete some part of the sphere. So that it looks like a knob which we can just hold it to open the drawer. I can just edge extrude it like this. Perfect. And just drag it little inside. Yeah, so this is like a drawer knob for you. Come to the front view, see if it's centrally aligned, and once you feel it's done, you can just make a duplicate. And yeah, so the side cabinet is done. What I'll do, I'll just select all this thing and I will just combine it. So this will be my drawer. Rather than combining it, you can group it as well. So you can select this thing and make a group, and select this thing and make a group. And make the pivot to the center. Yeah. So your bed is ready and your side desk is also ready like this. So now once we are done with the corner table and the bed, we will just focus on creating this study desk or the study table, which you can say. So I'll just start off with, since it's a squarish object, so I'll just start off with a polygon plane, and I will just adjust the length of it. I'll just keep a little gap from the wall so that it doesn't touches the wall. Yeah. So it has a height of this, but we would try to create it in a different manner. We'll keep a height or the depth of it like this. It's more like a wooden plank for us. So we will keep up with this height, which is here, and we'll add some division so that we can create the legs for it. We can create a support in which it can stand. So I'll just split the edges. like this, and I can just simply extrude down this face and this face. Like this. Feels to me that the support is little thicker. I would just reduce the thickness of it by manipulating the vertices. Yeah, I feel this is good enough. Now since there's a gap for the chair, so we need to have one more division here, somewhere around here, so we can fit the chair in between. Yes. So now we will just simply extrude this face down, so we have this gap for the chair which we can later on fit it. Yeah. And I can just create the thickness of the same. So now here we can have the chair for sure. We have this gap. Now what we need to understand that how the rest of the portion can be divided. Can we have racks here to keep your books or other stuffs, or we can just close it with a door, things like that, but definitely racks would be there. So we will create a rack like this much thick. So this is your rack 1. You can definitely adjust the height and thickness of it by manipulating the vertices. Similarly, you can create racks like this where you can have a bigger rack and a smaller rack where the kids can keep their stuffs like this. Yeah. So this first shelf is for the books, and the second shelf I have kept it a gap so you can create other stuff, so you can keep other stuffs in that as well. We just need to cover up this space here, so I'll just simply take a polygonal cube and I will just drag this thing from here to here and give it a very marginal height. very marginal. Just take this thing inside, so now you can have a proper table where you can have the chair here, and you can have your bookshelves, books here in that shelves, and other stuffs in this below shelf. So it's like that. We create the study table. Alright, so now we are going to just see how we have to make a chair here, which is more like a study chair, which has, you know, wheels down there. So it's very difficult, you know, if you have to create a chair from just from the top view. We have taken a reference of this image so that we can fit exactly how it should look like, but you can definitely take some reference images apart from this main image which you have here. So I have taken a reference image of this chair. We're going to make this chair, and let's first we just see that, you know, in how many parts it has been divided. So it has part 1, which is the backrest. Then you have part B, which is the connector with the backrest and the seat. Then you have part C, which is the seat. Part D, which you have, is the base, which has, you know, 5 different faces coming out for the adjustment of the wheels. And definitely you have the final part, which is the armrest. So we know that there are 5 parts of the chair, so we'll try to make it individually so that it becomes very quickly. If you're trying to make it with one object, then it's a little difficult. So I'll start off with this part, which is, you know, the seat. So I'll just simply take a cube here like this, give it some height, go to the wireframe and just check if it's I'm quite okay with the, you know, the length of, or the width of the chair, so the seat. So I'll just take this thing up, I'll just take it down so I can freely model it first, and then I can place it inside. So now you see that this is very squarish. The chair which is here, this is not squarish. Definitely most of the chairs are not squarish. It has some kind of a curvature in it. So first we'll try to give a curvature here. I am quite satisfied with the depth or the height of it. I'll just take it down a bit, and I feel this is good enough. And just to confirm it from the top view, and I find this is fair enough. So now I'll just quickly add on some of the edges here so that I can manipulate the shape and make it more curvature. So I have added one edge from here, one edge loop from here from side, and then one edge loop from the top. So this I feel is good. Now I'll just try to modify the shape a little bit. I'll just try to make it a little roundish. Before I do that, I'll just go some few steps back. Before I do that, I'll just go to the front view and I create a copy of it. Now this copy would be useful for me to create the backrest like this here. So now I can go back here and start modifying again the shape. So just manipulate the corner vertices so that it becomes little roundish. Yeah, this I feel is fair enough for this. Or maybe I'll just increase the total width of it. That's it. The same thing I will do it here as well. Now you can see the shape here. It's this part is little roundish here, also the top part. And this part would just slightly go inside like this. Yeah, this shape is fair enough for me to start. I'll just first quickly make the connector also. Now for the connector, I'll just simply take a cube and I will put in match up in the center here like this. Maybe I can just increase the scale, I can just increase the width of the cube. Yeah, I feel this is okay. Now this is just a cube which has been created here. This needs to, this needs to attach here like this. So I'll go to the front view, and I'll just simply drag this thing up like this. And I'll just add a loop here. What I'll do, I'll just increase the width of just a little bit. So now I'll just extrude this face, which will get connected to the main seat. Now if you can feel if you're satisfied with the shape, or if you just want to modify a bit more, you can just go to the side view and do that. This will come out like this, and definitely this part will come out like this here. Just manipulate the shape accordingly, which you feel is good enough. I'm just first making a base. Once the base is ready, I feel the gap is too much. I just need to reduce the gap, and maybe, yeah, I would keep somewhere here. I'll just simply drag this thing like this here. So now I will just concentrate on making the base. So for that I will just take a cylinder quickly, give it some height, come to the front view, and I see my cylinder has been created here. So I would say the subdivision height, or maybe the subdivision axis, I will keep it to 5, and for the subdivision caps I will say it to 0. I don't need any caps. I will just increase the radius a bit, maybe 0.06. Yeah, like this. Now I just want to know that this part of my cylinder will go up here like this. Maybe I can just increase it to 0.07. Yep. Now I know that this part will go here and this part will come here down like this. Now to have this 5 extensions which you have here for the wheels, what we need to do is we'll just create a division here by the edge loop tool like this, and we will select all the 5 faces except the main down face, this one. Just unselect that, just select the 5 faces here. Now you just need to extrude. Now before I extrude, I just keep my option keep faces together off, so because I want individual faces to come out. So like this. Feel this length is good enough. Now I'll just switch to scale mode and I'll just scale the faces a bit. Now I'll just come to the front view and just drag this thing down to the floor. I feel this is fair enough for the base of the chair. So now we have the base is also ready, we have the seat ready, we have the backrest, and the connector between the backrest and the seat is also ready. Now the only thing is left, which is the armrest. Now as you can see, it's not a simple armrest, it has a shape like U. So we will try to give that shape as well here. So what we'll do, we'll just switch this menu to the surface menu and we will go to create and we will select CV curve tool. Now we'll just make a shape of a U. Yeah, like this, and we'll just adjust the control vertices, like just go to right click and select control vertex. So now you can just simply modify it more easily. I may not need this, so I'll just delete this vertex and so if you see the shape again, it's like going like this, like it's not a V, but it's a V which has been, you know, smoothed, so it's not a proper U as well, so it's not sharp from the end, so but it's just getting a bit narrowed, so something like this. Yeah, so I feel I'm good enough with this shape for the backrest. So I'll just, it has been created in the center, so I'll just first drag this thing here. I'll just maybe go to the front view and, you know, just drag this thing down a bit like this. Yeah, so now I have just created a curve. What I will do, I'll just first quickly create a base. I will just duplicate this curve and drag it to the left side like this. I feel this much gap is good enough. I will select both the curves. I will go to surface and I will say loft. So now my base has been created very quickly. Now we need to modify, as this is just a NURBS surface. We don't want a NURBS surface, we want a polygonal surface. So what we need to do, first of all, we'll just select the lines or the curves which we had created. We'll delete it, we don't require them anymore. We'll select the NURB surface and we'll go to modify, and we'll say convert NURBS to polygon. Open this option box here and just check out the option. You should keep it in quads and make it standard fit and apply tessellate. Yeah, so it's done. Now just select both of them, delete the history by pressing Alt Shift and D, and this is the polygon shape. Now select the NURBS shape and just simply delete it. So this is the polygonal object which is there ready for us. I'll just make it center pivot. There are some unwanted edges. You can just simply delete it. Double click on one and the entire row gets selected, and just right click and press Ctrl and go to edge loop utilities and say to edge loop and delete. The same thing with this as well. So this is my shape, but it's very flat. We need to give some kind of a depth, some kind of height in it. So we'll just go to the face mode, select all the faces and just say extrude. Oh, okay. Now before you do extrude, just check on one option which we had checked it off. So go to the polygon menu. Now make sure you do this thing when you're making when you're selecting more than one faces and extruding it together. So just keep this option on, just keep faces together. So now the face is selected, I'll just extrude it again. And this side is perfect. A little more maybe. Yeah, that's it. So this part is done. We'll just drag it a little bit here. Just check it from the front view where you want to keep the shape. I feel this is okay, this is fine. So we just need a plane here on the top. So we'll just create a plane here like this. So just adjust the height like this. Maybe add some divisions to it, maybe 4. Sorry. And then you can just adjust the height here. Now what we need to do, as you can see here, it's little curvature, so we will make this curve here itself like this. Once done, simply select all the 4 faces and hit extrude. Just give some extrusion, that's it. So the armrest is also done. Now make sure you just connect the armrest here. Just make a extrusion of these faces. Oops. 1 2 3 4 5 6. So just make the extrusion of these 6 faces and just drag it in, so it's more like it's been connected with the seat right here. So now you just need to just combine these two elements, select both and just hit combine. Make the pivot to the center point and just make a duplicate of it, give a value of -1 and just drag this thing here. So make a duplicate and give a value of -1 in the z-axis, z-scale axis. Yeah. So yeah, this is your chair is kind of ready. Now we need to give some smoothness to it. So now if you give the smooth, definitely the shape will get distorted. So to make sure that it doesn't lose its shape, we'll just add a division which is very attached, which is very close to the border itself, like this. Now if we can just apply smooth and check. Yeah, I feel this is fine. The same thing I will do it for this backrest also. And just apply smooth and check. Yeah, this is also fine. Give smooth here and just see, even this would be fine enough. For this, just add some divisions here as well. And now just apply smooth and check. Yeah, this is also fine. So we need to have this part smoothen as well. So we'll add a division here also. Just add the loops to the border so that it doesn't lose its shape. Just apply smooth and check. Yeah, this too is also fine. So now I'll just select all my objects and I will just apply group modifier to it, or just I'll press Ctrl G from my keyboard. So now this is a group object and I'll make the pivot to the center. So this is fine. The chair.
Hi everyone, so we're going to cover the additional topic for the main course, which is of architecture pre-visualization. So today we're going to learn about creating the interiors for the living and dining room. So let's just quickly check out what the subtopics which we have. Is creating dining table and the chair, creating sofa set with the center table, creating the corner desk which is to be kept near the sofa, and then creating the TV cabinet. So these are the 4 to 5 elements which we're going to work on. So let's just check out a file here. So this is our living area. This is our living and dining area where we are working. So this is our living and dining area. So let's see the elements. This is the dining set, this is the sofa set here, this is the corner table, this is the center table for the sofa. Yeah, it's of glass material, and definitely there's a TV cabinet here. So let's just start off with uh, the dining table and the chair. So I'll just first start off with the polygon cube, and I'll just increase maybe the depth is too much, so I'll just reduce the depth, and I'll just increase the height till here like this. So this is just a glass top which we have for the dining table. So definitely we need to have the base for it, which would be of metal base. So how do we do that? We just need to figure it out, that what best suits this. This is a simple table where you have 4 legs and one glass top, so you can definitely make it little designer, give it a bit designer look as per your requirement. So we'll just try to see that what best fits in this portion. So I'll just I have just the glass top which is ready. It's just a simple box, nothing else. And I feel that I'll just need to have a proper spacing or the proper frame for it. So I'll just create a box here, like this. See it from the front view whether it's proper. Just drag it down a bit like this, and we'll just adjust the vertices. So this is just a base for it, so I'll just maybe give a little bit of height here. I'll just drag this vertex down here like this. So now it has some height to it. Now I just need to figure it out, that from where I will have to drop the legs, or maybe I just take this entire thing down. It may not have legs, it may just have a flat legs from both sides. It may not need to have the 4 legs on the 4 corner. So let's see how we try to do that here. So what we do, we'll just from the top view, if you see that if it's actually in the center of the cube of the main glass top which we have made. Yeah, I think this is fine. You can definitely create the 4 legs, or maybe you can just create something like this. Like this is more kind of a support for it. So it depends how you want to have it done. So I will just create a frame like this here, and I will keep a gap till here. or maybe we can just add some pattern and some design to it so that it looks proper. It looks like a proper designing chair or the designing table. So we'll just add some faces here. Let's go to the side view and just first add split a edge loop right in the center. Yeah, this is okay. And then using this offset tool, I will just add two more vertices or two more edge loops, create two more divisions on each side. So now I will just try to give it a quick shape here. Just make it something like this. Or I'll just go a few steps back and maybe I'll add the insert offset tool once again, and I will give it a thin gap here, and then maybe I can add one more to the center like this in between. So I'm just trying to give a shape. So this, I will select this face and this face, and I will say extrude, and I will definitely increase the scale property of this. Just check it from the front view till where you want this. So you have to have it till here. This is the base. This is the grid line for the floor. Perfect. So this is we have just quickly created a table base. Now what we need to do is we'll just copy this thing here, create a copy, and we'll just shift this part here like this. So this is my the dining table is ready. Now what I need to do is just add this would be of glass. So what I'll do is or maybe before you can give a glass material, you can create a duplicate of this and just have a division to keep additional stuffs here. So we'll select this and this part and take it a little down here like this, and then I will just select this from the top view. I'll just give it some scale value. And take it a little up like that. So this is just additional space which is there to keep some other stuffs as well. Yeah, so now I will this the top base which is of glass, I will this give this shader so it looks more like a glass to me. Yeah, so now you can see this is looking more like a glass here. So this is how quickly you can just create a dining set. You can definitely manipulate the shapes according to your requirement. I prefer to give this shape here, and maybe once you feel you're done, you can just select all the elements and just hit combine and make the pivot to the center, and can just rename this poly surface as dining table. So this is how your dining table is done very quickly. So now once your dining table is done, what you need to have, just need to have chairs here. So there are 4 chairs, so we'll make 1 chair and just will duplicate the rest. So it's kind of very difficult to make out that a chair from the top view, and definitely we have just used some of our assumptions and creativity to make this table. Now it's gonna be same for the chair itself. It's just little difficult to figure it out that how the chair is look like from the top view. So I have just taken a sample image here, a reference image, this of a dining chair which can easily available from the internet. So we will try to model this chair and it will fit in here. So let's first just understand the shape of this chair here. So definitely we have this one wooden backrest, and there are 4 wooden legs, and definitely this one cushion or the seat. Looking by the shape, which I assume that the seat is in the shape of U, and then definitely this wooden part is also little curvy. As you can see, it's not flat. So we will just try to give that shape here. We'll start off with the seat first. So I feel this is okay. Now as I said that this is a shape of a U, so we need to, and this is looking more like a box, so we need to have that shape. So for that we just give some divisions here so that we can create a U properly. So let's just manipulate this vertex here like this. So now I understand that this is more like a U. So this is little curvy from below, and this would be squarish, this would be flat. So but once we apply smooth, definitely this shape will lose its shape. So we'll just add some loops here so that it doesn't really loosen up that much. So just on the border, and definitely one we will add in the middle like that. Now I'll just apply smooth and see, and if yeah, this is fine. Or we just need to add one more loop here like that. this I feel is good enough. Just increase the top vertices here so it just gives a bulgy, some kind of bulginess like that. Just leave it that way as of now. Now since we have got this shape, we just need to have another shape that would be for the backrest. So we will create a polygonal cube. And first you'll just add some same kind of width here, that would be 4. And we'll just align it properly. Now I just feel I just need to increase the thickness just a little bit, so I'll just manipulate this vertex. Yeah, that's it. And what I need to simply do is just match the shape of this hue so it will automatically give me that curviness. Like that. Just keep slight gap first and then you work on it. So as it's also a U, but it's also like flat, you know, from down. So this goes actually till here like this, and this part is not straight. This is, I will just give it a scale here like this. And definitely it has some rotation to it. Just increase the height a bit more. This is fine. And what I need to simply do right now is just look at the shape once again and give it a slight rotation. Take the pivot down by pressing insert, move it back and just give it a slight rotation. So it would be like this. So now I can just apply smooth here, and we need to apply smooth here as well, but definitely first we need to add some divisions. One in the center, that's it. Now let's just apply smooth on both and see how it looks like. Yeah, I feel this is more or less done. I just need to take this vertex little inside like that. Yeah, perfect. So now my base, the seat is done, and also I'm done with the backrest. So now I can just simply need to create this legs here, and this would be very simple. I'll just use a polygonal cube. So just, yeah, this is good. Let's go to the side view and sorry, just go to the side view and just adjust the vertex to the ground. Once done, just increase the scale of the top vertices just a little bit. Now we just need to fit in where exactly we want. So if I see it's right on the edge, just take here as well. Just need to modify a little more. I think this is proper. Now just add some faces here. Go to the front view and yeah, this is fine. Just go and just add loop at the top border and at the bottom border. That's it. And I'll just add a loop here in between and also from the side view. Just now apply smooth and check. Yeah, I feel this is fine. So now I'll just quickly go to the top view and just create a duplicate of it. Perfect. And same, I will create a duplicate here. But this will have a slight rotation. Like this. And this also will be have some kind of a rotation in this axis as well. Let's say 6.5. in Z axis, and this would be minus 6.5. Perfect. So this is a chair is now being done. This is the chair for the dinner table. So now just combine all of them and make the pivot to the center and then apply smooth and see. Yeah, this is perfect. I will just keep it as of now without smooth, and I will just push this thing in, create a duplicate like this, and then I'll just create a duplicate and give her scale z-axis -1. Same, I'll just keep it here. So my dinner table is finally completed with the chair as well as the center desk. Just select and just apply smooth and see, and it's looking proper. So let's just rename this. So this would be dinner chair 1. Let's rename this as dinner chair 2, dinner chair 3, and then finally dinner chair 4. So we are done with the dinner set, or the dinner table and the chair. So now the other main element which we have inside the living and dining area is the sofa set. So we'll just try and create the sofa set here. So we'll just simply start off with the polygon cube like this, and just adjust the height here like this, or the length. Now we'll come to the front view, and maybe I'll say let's say the height of it, let be it 0.7. Just have it here. Now I just need to add certain divisions so that I can create the armrest and the backrest here. So I'll just quickly go to insert edge loop tool and select the polygon, and I'll go to insert edge loop tool, and I will add a division here, and same thing I will do it this side here as well. Just adjust a bit. Now this side for the armrest is done. I just need to have a division for the backrest like this. Yeah, so now what I simply need to do is just go to the face mode, select all these faces, and I'll just say extrude. Now we need to see it, that how much height we can have for this. Create this down like this here. let's first get the shape proper. So for that we would want to add more of divisions here. So I'll just insert another tool or insert another loop here and just keep it to the center like this. Now I will go to insert offset and just create a offset tool. I'll select both the loops and I will just adjust it from the scale tool that where exactly I want. Okay, now this is, I feel perfect. I would just try to give it a roundish shape to it, something like this. And this will go down like this here. And I need to add more divisions so that I can just adjust the shape of it properly. Yeah, like this in the corner, and maybe this time I'll just select these 4 faces or the 4 vertices and drag them down a bit like this. So I'm just trying to give a curvy look to this. I'll select these 2 as well and I'll say this will go a bit down, and I will add a loop here in the center. And I will select these 2 faces here as well, or these 2 verses, and just try to push it down. So this is giving me just a base shape of the sofa. Now definitely we need to have had cushions and things like that. So whenever you feel that you have done too much, you can just shift it back and just adjust the shape of it again. So let's apply smooth and see. Definitely it will lose its shape because we still want to have more divisions attached to it. So first I will just create a division at the bottom and almost at the border. So now it will definitely not lose the shape from the bottom. It's very squarish, as you can see. Now I want to have little bit this roundish, so I will just need to modify. If I go to smooth, I need to know that I need to have this spacing here, so I'll just go to insert loop and I will just add a border here as well. Now we can just apply smooth and see you're getting an edge till here. Now definitely this part I need to divide. There is too much gap between the 2 vertices, and so I need to divide this part. I'll go to and go to edge loop tool again, and I'll just divide this part here like this. Just keep smooth, and once you feel that you're quite satisfied with the shape, then don't add much divisions then. Now I just need to simply create a division here in between this face, so that my backrest doesn't squeeze much, so it has, maintaining its shape. Now the same I just need to add for the two armrests as well. Like this here, and then I will use the same tool and have it here. Now I can just apply smooth and see, now I feel that my shape is like proper. The only thing I need to add now is the cushions here that would be used for the seats. So I'll just go to normals and I do set to face just for the satisfaction, so that all my faces are at normal axis. So I feel that I'm good enough with the shape. So this one is for the 3-seater sofa. Now I just need to duplicate this, rotate it 90 degrees, and I need to keep it here. Now if I do scaling here, definitely I will lose its shape, so I very smartly I need to make this a 2-seater sofa. Now for that I just simply need to delete this middle face, the entire face here. I'll just delete this, and I will select this part. I will select these faces and put it here like this. Feel I just still need to delete some of the faces. So that would be somewhere here. So I'll select this face and I will delete, and now if I just drag it this side, now I feel that it's being aligned properly. Now the only thing I need to do is that I just need to select these vertices here and just merge them. First I will just attach it. It's already a same object, so I don't need to combine. I just need to simply attach the faces, and I will just select the entire row of faces together, and I will hit merge vertices. So I just need to first stitch this portion together. So yeah, everything is attached. Now I just need to go to the top view and select this entire row. I see that it's 36 vertices has been selected, so once I merge it will automatically give me a number of 18. Yeah, so now I feel I don't have any open vertices, everything has been properly merged. Now I will just manipulate the shape a bit so that it doesn't look odd. So, but very simply I have just created set for the two sofa here and set for the third one as well. Okay, so now once the base of the sofa is ready, we just need to make the cushions here. So I'll just apply smooth and I'll just see the final version, and I say this is quite okay. Now what I need to do is just simply create some cushion here. So I'll just create a box. So definitely the height would be like a little bigger than this. Yeah, this I feel is okay. Now definitely if you apply smooth, it will just convert to a circle. So we need to have proper edges around it so that it doesn't lose its shape. So you will have one in this corner and you will have one in that corner, very edge to edge, right in the boundary, and we'll keep it here and keep it here. Now just let's apply smooth and see that how this looks. So this is I feel is pretty okay. I just need to reduce the height of it. So now if I just first I do set to face and create smooth on it. So now if I feel that I can just make a duplicate of it and see if it fits exactly. I just need to increase the scale a bit, just a bit. And now I can create a duplicate here like this. So yeah, this is I just simply copy this and give it a rotation of 90 degree on y-axis. And create a duplicate here as well. I think the size is just little big for this one. Yeah. Yeah. So there should be little gap from in between. So now as you can see here, it's okay. This is perfect. So you have done the sofa cushion. We also need to have a cushion which is sorry. If you go to the top view and switch on the wireframe, so there's a cushion being kept here. So we'll just try to make that quickly. We'll just create a box. Let's reduce the scale a bit. So now I'll just add some divisions here. And maybe I'll just select, or what say if I don't want this division at all. Now I'll just select and see how the shape looks like. It's more like a pillow, so you need to have the corners will be little merged together. This one would be not that much, and if I apply smooth, so I feel this, the four ones will be very close to each other, almost snapped. Yeah, this is more like it. So I'll just, for the safety, I'll just go to normals and I will do set to face, and I will apply smooth, and I will place it accordingly. One is here and then one is here, like that. Let's create a duplicate, give it a rotation of 90 degree manually. 0, and now I will rotate. It's -90, and now I can just simply place it here in this direction. Here and one here. So this is now my sofa is almost done with the cushions. You can just carefully have a look whether you have missed out on something, and just go to the top view and just have a look again. So I feel more or less it's okay, it's done. So this is how I have just completed the sofa with the cushion as well. Okay, so once the sofa is completed, we'll just quickly create a center table here. Now as you can see, we'll just start off with the box, go to the front view, and I'll take this much height is fine. For the center table. Now I will just add a wooden base to it. So I'll just go to extrude, or I'll just go to I'll just select this and I will make a duplicate by pressing Ctrl D, and I will just scale it. Now this is the base I want to create. From here, so I'll just take this face and I will extrude it like here till the end. So this would be my wooden base for the center table. To add more detailing, I can just take this thing down a little bit and just see it from the front view, whether it's like properly, you know, like intersected. So I'll just simply give this the transparent shader so it looks like class to me. Yeah, perfect. So this is more like the center table and the glass base, and definitely the wooden structure on it. So we have one more element here, it's the corner desk. So we'll just, again, same thing, we'll just have a box here. And should be this much height. So this is just a basic shape for it. Now we can simply just add the shelves here. It will just keep it an open container or the open desk corner table. So because we don't have much space to open the drawers and to have a wooden flappy gate. So this part would be like open storage. So we'll just extrude, and first we'll adjust the height and width from the scale, and then we'll just extrude it again, and we'll take this in. See it from the top view, this much in is good enough. Now I will create one shelf here, one division, that's it. So I can do that by just creating another polygon cube, like this. Just see to it that it's properly intersected and place it well accordingly. So this is my side table or the side corner desk with a division. I'll just select this box, and I select this box, and I will just hit combine and make the pivot to the center. So once this is done, I will just simply duplicate this object here. Like that. So I have my corner desk or the corner table that is also ready. So now the only major thing left here is the cabinet for the television, which we have already created here. So I'll just copy this and place it here like this. I just need to rotate this properly. So that would be a rotation of 270 to be precise. And I need to place it here like this. Keep a gap from the walls so that it doesn't affect in the main file. And the same thing I will do it with the television as well. I'll just take a duplicate and I will drag it here and give it a rotation of 270 degree in the y-axis. This is more or less this living and dining area is done. You have certain elements which is left that will complete it part by part. So as you can see, now you have covered the sofa set, you have covered the center table, you have covered the corner desk, you have covered the TV cabinet, and plus you have covered the dining area like this. So it's more or less completed. It's still, some of the elements are still pending. Okay, so now more or less my living and dining room is being completed. We have made the dining set, the dining table and the chair. We have made the sofa set with the corner desk, and we have also had the cabinet for the television and the television itself, plus the center table. Now we just need to decorate a little bit the dining room. So we will have a lamp shade being created here. That's a table lamp at the corner table. So as you can see, this white circle, it's more like looking like a table lamp here, which is being kept. So let's start off with the creation of table lamp. Now we just need to understand that how the table lamp looks like. So for that I have a reference images taken from the internet. So this is what the table lamp looks like. We just need to it has two parts. Definitely it has the main rod from the center from where the bulb is attached, and then we have this cover, this lid. So we'll just try to make it in similar way, not try to give that much of detail of engraving that we can do it with textures. We'll try to get the basic shape done. So let's start off with making the table lamp here. I'll start off with having a cylinder. Now I'll just take it up from side view or maybe from the front view. Yep. Now first of all I'll just modify the cylinder. I would want an axis of say 8, so I give 8 and I will give 0 in the sub div caps value. So now I don't have any additional vertices on the top and the bottom face, so this gives me little freedom to extrude it properly. So now let's just, so at the base it has some cylinder and then it's like going like a concave cylinder upwards. So we'll take this part as a cylindrical base. We'll add maybe a division here using insert edge loop tool like this. And just maybe increase the scale of it. I'll just simply select the face and say extrude, and so it's, or what else you can do is, before you can just extrude, just make a, yeah, something like this. Now give another extrusion from here and then drag it upside. So I'm kind of still not happy with the shape what I have, so I'll just redo it again. Yeah, this much extrude is fine. Something like this, and then we have another extrude which will go somewhere like here, and then we have an extrusion here again. This will go definitely on the top like this, and I'll just have a scale given here like this. So now from this I've just reduced the scale. Now I'll just give an extrude again, and I will just increase this scale part only. So this gives more like a concave look. like this, and then I just need to have a circle, more like an oval shape, to be made. I'm just using that same extrude tool, and I'm just repeating my same face extrusion. So I have to create this oval part here. So this is what I'm trying to do here. Just extrude and the same face and just keep scaling accordingly. So I'll just do one more extrude, and I think this is more or less the oval part has been created. Now again it straights it, get little bit of straighten, and here we have this another long handle, more like a concave thing again. So we have to keep that in mind and just keep extruding. So from here now it is just extrude in a much more straight manner. Like this, little bit of outside, yeah. Or maybe I can just take this thing a little up and extrude it a little more. Yeah, this is, I feel, as okay. And now I need to make this straight long handle. Again, this has to be concave. Like this. Maybe a bit more. Yeah. And once here this thing is done, you can just have a extrude and again, and just scale this face and extrude it again. Okay, maybe you just need to scale it more down like this. Yeah, and just extrude it again like this. So you can definitely adjust the global scale later. Now we're just making it out of assumption. We can manipulate the global scale once we are completed with the final model. So I will stretch it till this much, and then I have this part here that I will keep it for later once I develop the cover of it. So I feel I just need to do some minor tweakings to get the perfect shape. And I will select this. Yeah. Same thing gonna be here as well. I'll just adjust this, make it more concave in nature, and I will add another division here and just increase the scale like this. Take this thing little up. And I'll just go to normals and I apply set to face. Now just apply smooth and see whether your shape is more or less perfect. I feel this is quite okay. I'm quite satisfied with this shape. It's just not that detail. The detail sculpting can be done, or maybe can replace it with textures. So I feel this shape is quite okay for me to have the table lamp set. So definitely the table lamp is not that big. We just need to adjust the global scale once we complete the proper shape of it. So once I feel my the base or the handle is ready, what I'll just simply do, I'll just change this menu to surfaces, and I will just create NURBS circle. This is the end part, and I will just create a duplicate and I will take it to the top, and I will reduce the scale. Perfect, like this. Now what I need to simply do is just select this and select this and go to surface and say loft. So my basic shape is done. I'll just delete the history, and I no longer require the curves. I'll just simply select and I will delete it, the circles which I had created. Now I'll just simply select this NURB space and I will go to modify and I'll say convert NURBS to polygons, and I'll say apply. So it will give me a polygon shape. I'll delete the history, and now I can just simply delete the NURB surface here. I don't need this anymore. So I'll just first it has been, once you convert NURBS to any polygon, it automatically creates that smoothness. So to have smoothness, you have a lot of divisions and faces are being created. So definitely we don't need that edges in between. So I will just select the alternate edges and I will just simply delete them. maybe I'll just increase the size of it. Now what I need to simply do is select this to give it a proper shape. Just simply have this like a boundary here, and same thing, I will just reduce the size here. So now I know this is more like my table lamp here, which is being kept. If you want to add some more details to it, now this is just simple flat object. It's made of a plane. You can just select all the faces, just go to the polygon menu again and just simply give a very light extrusion like this. This is usually made of cloth, so it will not be that heavy, or it will not be that thick. So as you can see, the shape here, it's so curvy, we have little flat, so we need to maintain that shape as well. So before I extrude, I'll just modify this shape again. Yeah, this edge, same with this edge, will go more in like this. And I don't require this, I'll just simply delete and take this thing down a bit like this. Yeah, now this is more like it. So to give some depth, I will just select all the faces. Now I think I'm done with my shape here. Just select all the faces and give it a very slight extrusion. That's it. Yeah, this much, so that I have some depth in this. Even once I do it, for texturing, I will have this kind of depth being created. If you feel you can just want to scale a bit, you can do that either by going to vertex and just doing it manually here. So just make sure that this is in the center. Yeah, perfect. So I have this lamp created. I feel the size is also good enough. Now the only thing which is left is just a little shape here. So I'll just simply extrude this face like this. Need to just reduce the scale of it. See, it's very important how you understand the shape, because at times it becomes really difficult to understand the shape from a side view or from a perspective view. So now I'm just trying to modify as per the shape I have. So it can be more or less similar. Most of the time it cannot be exact if you're not manipulating with the proper blueprint. So it's okay. I mean, it's just fine to have a dummy shape which is more or less like that as well. It need not be so accurate. Let's go to normals and apply set to face. Now I feel this my table lamp is being set. What I just need to simply do, delete the history and then combine both the elements here. So I'll select this and I'll select this and I say combine, and I'll just make the pivot to the center. So this is done. I'll just say if it's properly at the center of the table, and I will just create a duplicate of it here. So now this is looking much better. The side table with definitely the table lamps on it, so it actually giving it a proper look as well. So this is how we have just created the table lamp very quickly, and it is kept in the corner table of the living and dining section. Okay, so now the dining and the living area is almost done. We'll just make this rocking chair here, which is to be kept in the balcony. So I have taken a reference image of a rocking chair here. So let's just try and create the shape. So I'll go to the top view and let's simply start off with a polygonal cube. I'll take it to this height. First I will just create a basic shape and then we'll add details to it. So now this is gonna be my seat. Now I just make a backrest and just duplicate this and give it a rotation from front view, say a rotation of -107 on the z-axis. Like that. And I will just give it a minor rotation to this as well, like this. So this is just a basic shape of my rocking chair. I would just want to increase the height of this a little bit. Now this is as you can see, if you just apply smooth, it will definitely lose its shape. So to avoid that, we'll just add some loops at the border, and maybe one here, a little bit here, and then one little bit on the corner border. Now we'll just apply smooth and see how the result is like. I feel this is fine for my chair, so I'll just undo it. Now to adjust this shape, now definitely the height of this would be little bigger than that of a seat, so I'll just increase the height so that you can relax, and I can just lay down back and relax. So you need to cover the entire back portion of your body. So this height is quite okay, good enough. Now we need to add some curvature here. It will not be that straight, so we'll just add some divisions first. We'll provide a division in the center, and then using the offset tool, I will just select this and add more 2 divisions here like that. Perfect. Now what I need to do is just go to the top view and select all these 12 vertices and just give it some kind of a curvature like this. I'm gonna add some design by just dragging this down a little bit. Yeah. Just same thing you have to do it here, so that once you apply smooth, it should not lose its shape. So make sure you just add some loops here right at the border, and then same here with this border. And since this is a little longer than the main seat, just add one more division here right in the center. So now just apply smooth and see on both. Yeah, I feel this is fine for the rocking chair, the shape. Now what we need to create is the legs for it. So how do we do that? We'll just go to the top view and create a simple box. And from the front view, we'll just place it as in where it's required. Yeah, so this would be somewhere here, and I will drag this down here like this, and take this little upwards. Yeah, just create a duplicate here. Like that. So now once you have created the dummy shape for the legs, just come to the front view and give it a slight rotation like this. Maybe 6 is fine here, and I will give this -7 like here. So now it becomes easy for me to create this rocking shape here. So how do I do that? Before I create this shape, I will give this polygon cube a division here, like here, and same I will do it for this. So I will just combine this two shapes and I will make the pivot to the center. So I have made this two legs, give it some rotation, but I still need to have that curve like this. So I'll just go to the front view, zoom a bit, and I will create a CV curve. I'll start from here. Okay, now let's redo it again here. Like this, or make the pivot to the center. And just now, okay, now before we adjust, this has been created in the center of the grid, so just drag it down here to the center of the face which you have created recently. Now go to the front view and then start modifying the shape. Or we need to give this, curve. Yeah, we need to create this curve here. So I feel this is more or less done with the line, so I'll just simply go back to the object mode and I will select this face here and I'll press shift and I will select this line and I'll just simply say extrude. Once I do extrude, it will automatically take the extrusion will happen along its path, the path of this spline. So it has been done, but it's quite straight. The reason why it's straight because there are no divisions. So I'll just add a division of 4 and now you can see that it has created that curvature in its polygon object. So I'll just simply select this and I will press Alt Shift and D to delete my history. Now my main objective is to just merge these two faces here. I will delete the two face and I will just simply take these vertices and just snap it. Now it's just been snapped, it's not merged. So as you can see, the counter is showing 8 vertices. I'll just merge it. Now it's showing me 4. Now just to be sure from the side view, just need to see the shape, how it's been created. Just try to give that continuity to make it a proper curve, and I feel this is more or less is fine. Now what I need to do is just create this extension here. So I'll just simply select this back face and I'll say extrude, and from the front view I'll just adjust this part. The same I will do it for this face. I will extrude and adjust this part here like this. Perfect. Now what I need to do is just select this vertex here and maybe just increase the depth of it like this. So now definitely when you apply smooth, it will loosen its shape, so as you can see like this. So to avoid that, you just need to insert some divisions here. Yeah, now it will be fine like that. Add a couple of division here as well. Okay, now that's fine. Now the only thing which is remaining is the armrest. So I will try to create the armrest from this face here itself. So I'll just give it an extrude. I will just drag a little bit up, and then I will give a global scale. After that, giving the global scale, I'll just scale this axis and just give it shape that how broad I want. Up a bit. Yeah, now I feel this is fine. Now I just simply need to select this face and this face here and say extrude. It will extrude along its edges, so once you're done with it, just press W to select the move tool and then drag this two faces up along its path. I will extrude it again. Like that. Keep it close, and I'll just adjust it from the front view. So now just simply delete the two faces here, and let's just merge these vertices. So once you select and directly merge, it will automatically calculate the gap and then merge accordingly. Yeah, now I just need to go to the front view and see if the shape is proper. Yeah, this looks fine to me. Now what I need to do, I just need to simply extrude this for the extension here. So I'll just select this face here, and I will select this face here, and I will simply say extrude. This is fine. I just want to extend this portion a little bit till here. To avoid this being loosening its shape, I'll just add a division here in between. Now let's just apply set to face from normals and then apply smooth and see how it looks like. Yeah, this is more like it. It's perfectly taking the shape of a rocking chair here. So now I just simply need to create a duplicate of this. So I'll just select this and press Ctrl D on my keyboard to create a duplicate. So let's just apply smooth in all parts and see if it's properly been created, and this is perfectly done. So once I feel that this is fine, I'll just select all the shape and I will hit combine, and I will make the pivot to the center. Just see it from the front view whether it's properly been aligned to the ground. This is fine. The height of the chair is also fine. It's it's matching with the sofa and with the dinner table as well. So you can just keep it in a rotation like this, or maybe like this. Or you can have this chair in your balcony to relax and take a sip from a coffee mug. This is the curve which we had created to make this extension for the rocking chair. So now we don't need this. We can just simply delete this and can just save your file. Okay, now finally, once all your interior set for the living room is completed, what we simply do is we have to get the naming convention correct. Now before that, we don't need this elements which is for the bedroom, so we'll just simply select all the sets and we'll just delete it from our scene. So I'm just deleting each and every element one by one that has been created on the bedroom. Make sure you delete this with the group, so none of the instance of the bedroom is there in your scene for the living room file. So this is only my file is left with the living and dining interiors. So I'll just open the outliner here and just see if everything is in properly named. So we have the dining table, that's perfect. Yeah, so there's no additional objects. So we have dining chair 1, dining chair 2, 3 and 4. So we'll just select this and maybe just apply smooth and leave it like that. Okay, now what is this is we have to create this a group. So we will create this a group. We'll call it as sofa set 1, and make the pivot to the center. The same thing we will do it here as well. We'll select this, this, this and this, and we will group it, and we will say this as sofa set 2, and we'll make the pivot to the center. Fine. So now this is one element, so we'll name it as corner desk 1 living and dining, so just L&D. So now this I will name it as corner desk 2 living and dining. So now this is again my one object, so I will name it as table lamp 1 LD is for living and dining, and then I have this here as, rename it as table lamp 2 LD living and dining. This I will name it as rocking chair. Now this I will just group this and make the pivot to the center, and I will name this as center table living and dining. So now this I will make it to TV LD, this is living and dining, and maybe this group I will name it as TV cabinet living and dining. So now all the groups has been created. So this is center table, this is group 1, but we have to just rename it to sofa set 2, and this is the sofa set 1, this is the rocking chair. These are the elements which has been created in the history, so we don't need them. Just simply delete this. So you have the rocking chair, you have table lamp 1, table lamp 2, TV for the living and dining room, the entire TV cabinet, corner desk 1 and corner desk 2, and then you have the dining set. Perfect. So we'll now just save this file and we will open our main file, which is the floor plan. Now in this we have already have assigned the bedroom and the other interiors. So now we'll just simply import the living and dining interiors. So we'll just say import, and we'll just go to the location where we have saved it, living and dining, and we'll just select this file here. And how perfectly this has just come up here. Just need to apply this smooth. So just need to be sure that whether it's it's not touching the walls and there's just proper gapping, so you just need to check that. So as you can see, it's been perfectly been placed in the area where you want it to be without much hassle. Also the rocking chair looks fine in the balcony. Okay, so this is more like it. Just save this. Hello everyone, welcome to the another part of architecture pre-visualization. So today we are going to cover that how we're going to create the interiors for the kitchen and the bathroom. So let's just check what are the subtopics which we have here. We'll just create a platform for the kitchen with sink. We'll create the gas stove, we'll create the microwave oven, we'll create the refrigerator, and this is more like a for the kitchen items, the main items which we have, and then we'll move on to the washroom. We'll create a wash basin for the bathroom, toilet bowl, and other elements like water tap, faucet, shower, etc. So let's get started. So this is my blank Maya file. We have an image here, so Now we need to know where the kitchen is installed. This is the place for the kitchen, and this is, we have two toilets. One is the common toilet and one is toilet inside the master bedroom. So we'll just first focus on the kitchen part. Now let's see what are the elements which we have here. We have this platform where you can keep your gas stove and your microwave oven. This is the microwave oven here. And then you have this water sink which is attached to the platform, and then definitely you have the refrigerator. So let's just start by creating the platform for the kitchen. I would just simply start off with the polygonal cube, and I will keep very less gap with the walls, as these elements, the platform, will be kind of attached to the wall itself. So I will keep a very limited gap, very marginal gap. So I'll just go to my perspective view and see where it has been created. So this has been created here, but I will give it some height. Maybe I'll give it a height of, say, 2 grids. This is 1 and 2. So I'll select this and I will snap it with the grid by pressing X. So this big is my height, and this is quite fair enough. This is fine for me. Now I just need to create another extension here. So to do that, I'll just insert another edge loop here, and I will just simply extrude this face like that. This would be till here. So now I know that the base of my platform is created, but definitely we need to add a lot of details to it. Is it not just going to be a simple platform like this? Definitely in modern kitchens, even the platforms, you see that it's been divided into different cabinets, so where you can keep your stuff. So you would be having different shelves here, drawers, so to keep your stuffs, to keep your utensils and other stuffs which is required. So to start making divisions, we just need to add, or we just need to first understand that where exactly we want to put all those divisions. So let's just first understand the shape. Now before that, I will just from the side view, I will create a very marginal division here like this, and I will just confirm it with the front perspective view, and I feel this is quite okay. Just need to take it little up. Now what I want to do is I'll just want to select this face and this face and give it a very marginal extrusion. Yeah, this is quite okay. Now I just need to adjust the corner two vertices here from the top view. So this is not straight, I just need to make it straighter. I just need to match it with this vertex here, and I need to match it with this vertex here. So this is more straighter. Yeah. So just some extension which is there, usually there the platforms. Now this top part would be having another texture, and this bottom part would be having another texture. Now let's just understand that how we want to create divisions for the cabinets and the shelves. So let's take this part here till the stove. We will create a door where we can have different shelves. This part we can have a different shelves, and we can close this part with the door, the flapping doors. And this part we will create some drawers, and this part we will create some drawers, and then this part will remain empty, as this is, area would be covered by sink, so this part needs to be empty. So let's just start this and see how we can do that. So I'll just select this and I will add some division here. So this is my area where I just need to have a proper cabinet and a door. So I will just simply go to the face mode. I will select this face and I will say extrude. I will just give some scale value to it. This is quite okay. This is, I feel, is fine, and I just let it be like that. Now I don't need this face, because this cabinet or this gap would be entirely connected with the floor. So I just can simply delete this face here. Just select this vertex, go to the front view, and I will just simply snap it with the grid like that. Now I will just simply select this face and I can drag this in like that. I'll just see it from the side view, that how deep I want it to be, right till the edge, and I feel this gap is quite fine. So when this piece is done, I just simply need to add some shelves here so I can keep my stuffs. So I'll just go to the side view again, switch on the wireframe mode, and I will create another polygonal cube. And let's just see how far or how deep we want it. This is quite okay, and definitely this would be more in, so as we need to have space for the doors. Now let's adjust this from the top view. This will go here like this, and this will go here like this. Perfect. If I want, I can just see it from the perspective view, and I just can decide that how deep I want it to be. I feel this is quite okay. Just simply go to the front view and just see that where I exactly want to place. I feel this gap is quite fine. I'll simply select, make a duplicate, and give exactly that much gap, and I'll just press Shift D again. So here you go. I have 3 to 4 shelves is being created here where I can just keep my stuffs. Now definitely this will not be open. This needs to be closed. So for that I will just have to create a door, and so that I can just cover this section. I simply go to the, now this would be the area, this is the area for the cabinet which I have created. So I need 2 doors here of exactly same size, which will flap on the opposite direction. So I'll just go to mesh and I will say create polygon tool, and first simply I will just create a polygon. I will press V and just click on the area where I want to create this plane. Make it center pivot. So this is the cover. Now this is the area for my door. This has been exactly snapped with this. It's of exactly same height and length. So now I just simply need to divide this into two parts. I will go to edit mesh and I will select insert edge loop and I will just place it in the center like this. So this I feel is quite centered. I don't need to do anything more. Go to face. I don't need this for the time being. I'll just simply delete it. So this is my door. It's quite straight. So this is my door, but it will not be so flat. I will give it some extrusion. Select the face and give it some extrusion of this much. So now this is my one door, which will be here like this, and the other door I'll just copy the same. But before I make a copy, I will make a handle so that I can open it properly. So I'll go to the side view and I see this is my door here. So I'll just simply select a torus and I'll just reduce the division to 8 by 8. Now what I need to do, I'll just simply select this face and I will say delete. Let's see if I can manipulate. Just scale it properly and then see if it looks okay to fit here. Just take it a little bit to the center. Okay, and I feel this is quite fine. This is quite okay for the door and the handle. So I'll just simply select this, the handle, and I will select this and I will just hit combine here. So once the mesh is combined, the pivot automatically moves to the center of the grid. So just simply go to modify and say make center pivot. Once done, I will go to the front view and I will just insert. I'll press insert and manipulate the pivot point of this door because this needs to be, it will flap and open, so I just need to make the center point to this corner like here. Just confirm it from the front view. and I feel this is quite done. Now if I have to just open this door, I can just rotate it like this. Now I just need to create a duplicate, so I can just shift this door to the other side. We'll just create a duplicate from the front view, and I will give -1 value in scale X so that it automatically flips to the other side. Now I can just simply drag this here and have my door being created perfectly. So this first cabinet is kind of properly done for the kitchen. If you feel you just need to push a little bit inside, you can do that. That's it. So this part is done. Now we just need to figure it out that how we're going to add some drawers here and maybe also on this side, and we can have simple door here like this in this part as well. So let's just see how we can add the door. So this portion of the platform is completed. Okay, so now we have just made one part of it. We've just covered one section, so we simply need to cover rest of the section here as well. So just for the reference, what I will do, I will create a dummy door. I will create a duplicate here and give it to a rotation in the y-axis of -90, and I will place this door here. Definitely this part, as you can see here, this door would be there would be no shelves here. It's just going to be a blank area just for the pipes and all, because the sink would be coming here on top. So this, for the reference, we have just created as a marker. So now we need to figure it out that what we can do here in this part and here in this part. So very simply, I have to make some drawers. So I will create one section of the drawer here and then two sections of the drawer here. So before I do that, I need to add some divisions. I need to understand that from where my drawer will come, or the gapping or the spacing rather. Just go to insert edge loop tool and I will just have a loop here. Like this, and I will add one more. Yeah, so now I know that this area or this face would be one drawer, and same I just need to make it for the rest or maybe I'll just go to the edge mode and I will just take this edge little bit up like this. So this space here is one drawer, and then I have to just divide it further. Just use the same tool again of inserting edge loop, and I will add the faces again. So now this is my area has been specified. So I have one drawer here, one drawer here, and this would be another drawer which would be little bigger than this, the other two drawers. So let's just start creating this. So what I need to do, I just simply need to extrude this mesh inside. So I'll just keep this option off of keep faces together. Select this face, and this face, and I will say extrude. I will give it a slight scale value. Yeah, this is fine. And I will just extrude it one more time, and then simply I just drag this part here. Just see it from the side view at how much in you want. This would be somewhere like here. So now I know that one my draw will go here, one draw will go here, and same with the rest. So I will quickly create the shelves here also, and then I can just duplicate the drawers. So I know this is my part, so this I need to divide it by 2 so that I can have 2 sections of the drawer. Let's see on the perspective view. And this will go more to the side. Yes, perfect. Now using the same technique, we'll just go to the face mode, select all these 6 faces. Just make sure that option is off, otherwise it will treat the 6 faces as one face. So now we'll just give an extrude. First just need to give some scale value. Okay. Now once we have made the division here, you also need to make a division here, because this is counting as this big as one face. So let's just create a division here as well, somewhere here. So now I just need to check. I will take this edge more to the left side, and now I feel this is quite okay, like equal gap is there. So now I can just go to the face mode and select the 6 faces. Make sure the keep faces together option is off, and just simply say extrude. Now give some scale value to it. And once you feel this is fine, just give another extrude and then drag it in. This would be somewhere here. So now I know that very quickly the shelves are just created. I can just need to make a drawer and just place it in. If you want, you can leave it open, but it's always suggested that have a proper closed drawers. That would be much better. So now I go to the front view. Now I know that this space here is my hollow space to create the drawer. So I'll just select a cube and give some marginal gap so that it's not snapped with the gap. Okay. Alright, so now once my the entire cabinet or the platform is done, what I will do, I will just create the sink here, this portion where I can have the sink to be created. So I'll just take a dummy cube and so this area would be there for the sink. So now let's just make a division by extruding the top face. Just give it a scale value. Now I just need to take these vertices right here. Now I know this area is the depression for my sink. So I'll just extrude this much. This much is fine. And I will give it a scale, just reduce the scale a bit, just a bit. And I'll just select this face and I will take this thing down here. So now I know that this is the depression has been done too much. So yeah, so now I know that this is the portion of my sink is there. So now I need to fit this here. But definitely this we have to delete these faces here so that we can get a proper depression. Like this definitely this face is creating the division here, so we just need to, for a moment, we just make this as modify and we will freeze its transformation, so all the transformation axis becomes to 0. Now we'll just take this bit down here and we'll just select this top face and give it a scale extrude. That's it. Now what we need to simply do is just match this faces here, and once we feel that this is quite fine, we'll just simply delete the face. Now we'll call our sync back, we'll give it a 0 value and it comes back to its original position here. Now after deleting the space, we see that there is still some kind of a gapping, so we just need to fill that up. And this will go a little bit in like this. So this is my sink is also being done, but I need to have a faucet here and I need to have another extrusion here for the net. So I'll just select this face and I will extrude it. Only the scale extrude will do. Once done, I will just split this poly. I will use this tool. I don't want to create entire loop, I just need a small edge here, and I can just fix this thing here like this. So I'm just cutting the poly into some parts as I need some edges here, some vertices here. Select all these corner vertices and give it a rotation and make it a proper circular. Just would want to extrude that a bit to give that realistic effect of that net. So yeah, there's still a gap here. We just need to fill that gap properly. Even it comes out little bit, it will not make that much of difference, so better you just intersect it properly. That would be the idea. So this is your kitchen platform with the sink. It's also ready. This part would be your drawer. So let's just scale this and see it from the top view that it fits properly there. Yeah, this is perfect. So now I will just simply create a hollow space by giving a scale value like this, and I will just simply extrude it again and drag this thing down. Perfect. Now this will go in like this. Like that. Now before I just duplicate it, I'll just copy this same face, and for the knob or for the handle, and I will keep it there for the handle for the draw so that you can pull it out. Now I just want that same shape to get copy, so I will just go to the face mode. Oops. I'll just select all these faces, only the handle part, and I will just say mesh extract. So now definitely this is okay. Before you do that, make sure you keep this option on again, otherwise it will divide into several different small faces. We would not want that in this case. So I'll just select this face again, and now I know that this is the only part I want. This option is on, keep faces together, and I will go to mesh and I will say extract. So now this is a different object. I can just make a duplicate it by pressing Ctrl D. So this part is done. I just go back to normal and I will combine these two elements. So now I just simply need to rotate this in the axis of Z 90, and then in the axis of X as -90. Now I just go to the front view and place it in the center. Perfect. Now once done that, just select these two shapes and just combine it and make it to one shape. Make the pivot to the center. Now simply just go to the front view and duplicate it. Yeah. And the same you need to do it here. Now definitely this is a bigger drawer, so just need to go to the front view and just drag these bottom faces till the end. Just keep a little gap. It gives a nice depth to it. Same way, just select these vertices and drag it to the center. Perfect. So this part of your drawer is completed. Now you can just duplicate it to the rest of the chambers which is there open. So I'll just simply create a duplicate and I will rotate it to the axis of Y and give it a value of -90. Now definitely you just need to adjust the vertex a bit so that it fits properly. Select all the end vertices, go to the side view and just drag this thing here. And this to the center. I can just simply take this in. Simply make a duplicate here. See it from the side view. And then same thing, just create a duplicate and keep it here. Now just need to drag this thing to the bottom edge and drag this thing to the center. So yeah, this is how perfectly you have created the drawers, and can just duplicate them. Yeah, So this is the cabinets for your kitchen platform is being completed like this, where you have different drawer sections and uh, a flapping door here for the inside shelves. Okay, so now once we are ready with the sink, we just simply need to have a faucet here. So we need to figure it out how the faucet will look like. Here is a faucet, but we cannot make out how the shape is. So I have just got a reference images from internet. So we'll try to make this faucet. It's a very simple looking faucet. It's like a curve, a very simple curve, and here you have the knob to switch it on and off. So we'll try to make this faucet here as well. So for that I just need a cylinder. I will place the cylinder like this here. Okay, yeah, somewhere like here, and just move it to this side a bit to the center. Now I'll just modify the cylinder a bit. I'll give the subdivision axis as 8, and I'll just remove the caps. So I'll give the value of 0, so I don't want caps. Now what I'll just simply go to the front view, and I will create a curve, a CV curve. Now I will start creating it from here, and I see the shape, it's like quite straight, and then it takes the curve, takes the turn here. So it's something like this, but I will just adjust the vertex to make it proper, make it look proper. So I feel, yeah, this is more like the shape which I want for the faucet. Like this. Now I'll just simply take this curve, make the pivot to the center, and I will just place it on top of the cylinder which I have created quite centrally. And I feel the height is also quite okay. Now what I need to simply do is just select the cylinder, go to the face mode, select the top face, and now select this curve which I have created. And once I'll say extrude, the face will take its path, the path of the curve which I have created. Now boom, as you can see, it has just taken the path directly from here to here, from the start of the curve to end of the curve. It has not taken the proper curvature. The reason to it that there are no divisions. So we need to add some divisions. I will maybe add a division of 6, and now you can see it has taken a proper shape of the curve which we want to create. However, we just would want to, adjust the shape a little bit. This edge is looking quite squeezed, so we just give a rotation so that it comes back to its original shape of a cylinder. Like that. And just to add some detail, we'll just extrude this face and just take it a bit. That's it. The curve which you had made, it's no longer required, so you can just simply delete it. Just apply smooth and see how it looks. So this is looking fine to me. So just want to that it should not lose its shape. Just add some divisions in the border. That's it. And maybe I'll add a division here and here as well. So now once the faucet shape is done, we just need to make this knob. You can definitely add some variations to it. Like for example, I will just select these bottom and the inner vertices, and I'll give a global let's say I will just select and I will give a global scale so that it has a bigger mouth, bigger exit. Now we need to make a division here so that we can create that knob. So I'll just go to the front view and I will create another cylinder here. And maybe radius I'll just reduce a bit. It's 0.027, maybe 8. And subdivision axis I will keep it to 8, and caps I would not want caps, so I'll just keep it to 0. Now this part would act like a knob here. Just give a division. And then I will select this face and maybe just reduce the scale a bit. Add one more division here. Simply add one more division here, so that even after it's smooth, it should not lose the shape of it. Now what I would simply do is just add a polygonal cube. Let's just modify the shape a bit. It's more like a circle. Now from the side view, I will create a cube. Which would be okay. Now just need to create a cube for the knob and then we are done. So I will give it a division in the height axis of 3. Let's give it a division here 3, or let's make it to 5. Now I just simply need to give little rotation like this. Okay, let's give a division of 6. And maybe I'll add some rotation here like this.
trying to just modify the shape a little bit. That's it. And maybe we'll just add a division here in the center. Like this. Let's just apply smooth and see how it looks like. This is quite okay, but this will go down a bit like this, and it will be like rotated like this. So now we'll just simply select all this shape and apply smooth and see whether it's coming out perfectly. So I feel this is quite okay just to get the shape of it, and I will just combine this element and make the pivot to the center. So we have completed the sink and we have also created the faucet for it.
Okay, so hi. Now once we have made the cabinet or the platform for the kitchen, so definitely there are some other primary elements which we need to have that on that platform. So the first would be the microwave oven, then we have this gas stove, and then we have this refrigerator which is kept on the floor. So these are the main three primary elements which we would be focusing on for today. Now let's just get started with the microwave oven. See, as you know, this microwave oven is just simple. It's a simple box. There's nothing major about it, this rectangular box or the platform, but still, just to get the shape correct, I have got a reference image from the internet just to see how of what dimension that there would be a gate or the door. And this part we need to have little detail, the controllers, and some buttons here. So we'll just try and stick to this simple shape of this microwave. So let's just start by creating a polygon cube, and let's just trace this shape first. So I'll just go from the side view and I'll just adjust it like this, and definitely I will just increase the height a bit, and I feel this much height is quite good enough for the microwave. Yeah, this is fine. So for the reference, I'll just keep this here for some time, and I will just hide this cabinet. I have added them in a layer, so I can just freeze them, or I can just make it a read-only mode, or I can just simply hide it. So I'll just work on the oven and then I'll just unhide them all. So now I know that this is my basic shape for the oven. I just need to figure it out or understand how the shape is. So this part is my gate, and this one part here is more like a what do we can say that it's more like a area where we have the controls and the buttons for it. So let's just make a rough division. Now this part which I have traced, so this the shape which I have traced is including the gate. So currently I just want that it should be excluding the gate. So what I will just simply do, I will understand that I'll just add a division, and understand that this thick my gate would be. Yeah, this is, I feel this thick my gate is fine. So now I'll just simply select the faces, and I will delete this. Now I will just add one more division. Before I add division, I just close this vertex. This was just kept only for the marker. So now I'll just extrude this edge. I'll just simply merge this. So now I know this shape of mine is excluding the gate, which is roughly of this much height or width. So now I just need to add a division here. The division for this, where we'll have the controllers and the buttons. So I feel this much area is good enough for the buttons and the controllers. So now this part entire would be my area used for the door and the main microwave oven. So let's just see how we do that. So I will just select this face and I will just extrude so that I can drag it a little in. I'll go to the side view, and try to make it even from all sides. Now I feel this is quite fine for me, so I will just simply extrude it again, and I will just drag this portion in. So this was my face from the front view. So now this would be my area to keep my stuffs right here. Perfect. So now I'll just simply extrude this face out, as because this portion is this will come out, so this will be used as a part of the, because this will be symmetrical with the gate. So I'll just extrude this part and I will just simply drag it this much out, initially the portion which we had deleted first. Yes, this much. So now I know that this much area would be used for the gate. So let's go to the side view, and now this much area would be used for the gate. So I'll just simply select create a polygonal cube again, and I will make a gate shape from here to here. This is definitely created in the center of the grid, so I'll just drag it here. First I will adjust its dimensions from the side view. Now once I do that, now I'll just simply increase the height of it. So just keep a very marginal gap from here, a very marginal gap. Yeah, and same from here. Let's take this portion in a bit. So now I know this would be my gate. This is the area which is used for the controllers and the buttons. And then if I just remove this, so this area is my oven here. So now just add some details to it. I'll just freeze its transformation so I get the value of 0. So now anywhere I can just move it, and once I do 0, it comes back to its original position. So now let's just try add some details to it, like, because we have to apply smooth, so once you apply smooth it will definitely lose its shape. So boom, this is looking, I don't know what it's looking like, but this is not an oven, so definitely we need to have a lot of divisions here. So let's add some divisions at the border. So this is one, yeah, and this here we will add a second one, and we will add, so first we'll adjust it here properly, and then we'll just simply add on the left and right border. And same with here. So now you will apply smooth and see definitely it will not lose its shape that much. So this is more like it. So but still we just need to add some more so that it should maintain its shape from all sides. So I will add this in the inner side as well, from here and then from here. So this side is more or less done. We need to add division here as well, and one at the center of it, of the door. So now it's more or less it has maintained its shape. You can just add it one right from the middle. And now finally we have a look. So this is more or less the shape which I want. So now let's just add some details to the door as well. Let's get back to its original position, which is 0, and then similarly add some divisions here as well, the same way. So now if you just apply smooth on both and then see, so you're getting a proper shape of an oven. Add some more divisions so that be much more smoother and much more crisper in its look. You just drag it till here. Now the only thing which is left in the door is we need to have this handle. Now that's very simple. So we'll just simply take a cylinder and we will create the cylinder here like this. Not on the edge, but just a slight gap. Now let's just reduce the radius a bit. I would say 0.015 is okay. I will make the subdivision axis to 10 and I will make this caps to 0. I don't want caps. And let's just drag this till here and till here. So this part would be used as my handle for the door. It's a little on more this side. Yeah, that's it. Now we'll just go to the front view and we just need to create 2 divisions here. So I'll just simply insert quickly loop like this, and I just create a loop like this. So let's just drag this here for a moment. Now what we need to simply do is select these 2 faces and these 2 faces and say extrude. Like this. Now let's just keep this here. So that's, part of your door is set. Now before we add some more details, so I'll just freeze the transformation of this as well, and I'll just take the door out a little bit. Now I'll just simply add a glass to it. So to add a glass, I need a border. So I need this much area would be for the glass. So I'll just simply extrude these 2 faces again. Yeah, and I see that this much area for the glass is okay. Maybe just from here, and I'll just keep it like that. I'll just select this face and I will select this face. I'll go to hypershade and I will just add the transparency shader. Now I can just ask it to go back to its original shape like this. So we have just created the oven. Now I'll just hit this and select this and I will say combine, and I will ask the pivot to come to the center. Now once done, I'll just select this and I will drag it to the edge so that it get a freedom to, you know, open up. So it would be like this. So before you add smooth, just add some more inserts edge here. Now let's just apply smooth and see. So we'll create some division so that it should not lose its shape. The same we had done for, you know, all the other elements. This is more or less perfect. For the oven, yeah, like that. So more or less your oven is kind of completed. So you can just select this and select this and just group it and make the pivot to the center and just apply it, rename it to microwave oven. And you can definitely select this and keep it here like this. Alright, so once the oven is also been done, the other main element which we have on this view is the refrigerator over here. So we'll just make that quickly the shape of that refrigerator. So we will not make some interiors for it, we'll just from outside we'll just get the basic shape right. So let's just start off with creating a polygon cube. It's more like a cubical shape, and let's give some height. So now this is being added, continued till here. Now what I will say, I will just take it to this height, which is the third grid, 1, 2 and 3. I will just take the third full grid. So this is the base shape for my refrigerator here. Now there's just a simple cube, there's nothing much to it. Now we'll just see that how we have to get the proper shape. So just have taken a reference image here. So it has two compartments. One is the freezer and the deep freeze, and the normal fridge. So we'll just divide this part into two, and we'll get the shape properly. So similarly, the technique which we have used to create the gate or the door for the microwave oven, we will use the same idea here as well. So first I just need to understand that how much portion of my dough would cover. So I will just insert this loop here. I'll go to face mode and I will simply delete this face. So now this is my hollow refrigerator. I just need to cover this thing up. I'll just say extrude, and I will just try to snap this vertex along the edge vertex. Say merge, and the same I will do it for this, and I will say merge. So now this is the shape of my refrigerator excluding the door. So we just need to add the door later, but before that I just need to make a two compartment. So as per the image, I see it's more like divided into 30% is of the deep freezer and rest 70% is of the main fridge. So let's just divide it in that way. So let's just create that division here, exactly how we can divide this, like here. Perfect. So this division I feel is quite okay. Maybe I could just drag it down a little bit. Yeah, and I feel this division is quite fine for me to have the division for the deep freezer and the normal fridge. So I'll just simply extrude both the faces, but this time I will keep this option off. Keep faces together, I will keep this off, so it's not being checked anymore. So now I'll just simply say extrude, and now I can just individually scale a bit to get the right measurement, and I feel this is quite fine. I'll just simply select this now, and I will just extrude it inside like this. So this much in, I'll just take it. So now I think I'm just done. Now I just simply need to doors here. Go to the side view. I know this portion would be my door for the upper fridge, and this would be my door for the lower part, the lower bottom. So let's just create a polygon cube again. This has definitely been created here. So first I will adjust its measurement from the side view. Yeah, I would want to keep little gap, very marginal. also from the top. So I feel this much gap is fine. Now I will just take this thing a little bit. This will not be so thick. This will be somewhere like this height. This will be almost attached to it, almost. Yeah, like this. The same we will copy it below, but we'll just see, or after applying smooth, how it looks like. Or at this point of time, it not necessarily that you can apply smooth. You can just drag a copy down here like this, and take this vertex till the bottom. Like this. So this is more or less the shape of the refrigerator is completed. Now what we simply need is, what you simply need right now is just make the handle. Now I just want to see that how it looks once I apply smooth, but before I do that, I will definitely add very marginal gapping of divisions here all around it, on all four sides. Now let's just see how it looks like. Just apply smooth. And I find that just a little smoothness is no harm to it, so I will definitely add some smoothness. So because little roundish, it looks little proper. It should not be that boxy as well. So the same thing I will do it here in these shapes as well. I will just add some divisions. Right till the end, and same would be this side as well. So now we just need to do it for this door as well. Quite close. And same here. I will go to the front view and add here as well. Now let's just select all three elements and just see how it looks like after applying smooth. Now this is more like it, I need some smoothness to it, so I find this is quite okay. This needs to be little roundy, it should not be that edgy. So, and I think I'm good enough with this basic shape of the refrigerator. Now I just simply need to add the handles here. So I will just use the same technique which I have used for the adding the handles for the microwave oven. So let's just in this case here, let's just create a polygonal cube. This thickness is too much. I'll just reduce. Now I'll just add some divisions here. Let's see on which axis. Let's say 5. Yeah, this is fine. Now let's add 7. This one I'll just squeeze a bit more. I'll simply go to face and just extrude these faces in like this. Now let's go to the side view and just try to give little shape to this. Yeah, what if I apply smooth here as well? Kind of fair looking shape I got. So now I'll just simply place this part here. From the front view I'll just take it in like this, and you can always create this. Can create this roundness as well. Just copy this same thing down. Copy, and I will just take this down here as well. So this is my refrigerator is more or less completed with the doors, etc., and the handles. So now just select and apply smooth and see. Well, that's fair enough for a fridge. So the only thing which is remaining, we just need to combine this door and make the pivot to the center. Same, I will do this, combine and make the pivot to the center. Once done, I go to the side view and I will just simply press insert on my keyboard and drag it to the right hand side, more like a hinge for it, and same for this as well. So this is how the refrigerator is also been completed. We'll just select this and create a group and name it and make the pivot to the center. So yeah, like this is more like looking like a kitchen going to get completed. So you have the cabinet, you have the microwave oven here, and you have the fridge here right now.
Okay, so now as you can see, my kitchen is more or less completed. All the primary elements which I had to make, so the cabinet, the microwave oven with the cabinet with the sink of course, and then definitely the refrigerator. So now the only major element which is left in this kitchen to complete is the gas stove. So let's just start making that now. Now we need to have some reference image to understand how exactly it looks like. However, it's very basic shape, you know, it's like which you see on most day-to-day basis at your home. So but still I have just taken a reference image, so it gives us, you know, a clear idea that how the shape is all about. So let's just start by creating a cube. And so I'm just keeping this much gap from the floor so that I can add these, you know, small legs to it later. So I'll just maybe increase the height a bit, and I feel this is kind of good enough, the height as well as the spacing. So as of now I don't need to, you know, make the model clearly. I can just simply hide this, which I've already put into a layer. So I'll add this too in this, so now I can have a clear view that what I have to make. So now this is the base shape which we are using, and then just check out the shape how it's extended. So we'll just select this face and give it a minor extrude. Oops. Select this and say extrude. And I will just give it a global scale value a bit. And I will just give another extrude to it. Let's do it from the front view. Yeah, this one I just want to keep it a bit straight, and I think I'm quite okay with it. Now I'll just select these vertices and just take it slightly up so that I can get this platform looking shape. Now once this basic shape is completed, now we see that there are 4 burners here, so we need to make this circular cut inside this square polygon. However, if you want to make a circular extrude manually, you have to add a lot of divisions to it. So what we will try and do, we will just do it by using a function called boolean. So to do that, I will just first create a cylinder. and I will just modify the cylinder a bit. I will give a axis of 12 here, and I will say I don't want any cap, so I'll just put 0 here. So now this is the space which I will be using for the burner to have. Now let's just, I feel this much height is quite okay. We'll just create a random duplicate of the same size so I can use this cylinder later. And right now I will just simply place it on all the 4 burners where I feel the shape is actually there, and I will just make a duplicate of the top 2 burners and drag it down below. So now I feel that this is more or less, I have placed the burners, but this is not the end. We need to add boolean to it. So what I will do here is, now what the function boolean is actually doing for us, it's actually subtracting the shape, it's actually subtracting the shape of the cylinder from this box. So whatever intersection part is there, it automatically gives us that depression. So let's just try and apply boolean here. So I'll just select this base first, and I will select that cylinder 1, and I will go to mesh, and I will say booleans, and I will do difference. So it will remove the cylinder from its shape, and it just gives us this hollow part here. So I'll just select this again and apply this again here. So here, mesh, booleans, and difference. So this is how we are just getting the cylindrical or circular extrusion inside a squarish object. So this is, I feel that my basic shape is done. Now I just would want to add some little fine details, so it should look like a proper burner to us. Now let's just see that shape. So it's it's been extruded from down here like this. So I will simply select this face, this face, this face, and this face, and I will say extrude. And definitely I just need to give some scale value to it, and I feel this is quite okay for this shape. Now I just need to extrude it again to create the burner, the main burner. This one. So what I will do, I will just extrude it again, and I will extrude it again, and I will just take it down a bit, and then I will extrude again, and this time I will just give it a very minor scaling so as to it should look like there's a gap. And now I'll just extrude it again like this. Now definitely I need to make that hollowness and make it look like a proper burner. I feel this much height is okay. Let's check it from the front view, and I just assume that this is This much height is quite fine. And now I will just extrude again and give it a scale value of this much, or maybe a little more, and I will just simply extrude this inside like this. Now once done, this is just a basic shape. We need to give some kind of roundness, some kind of a curvature to it. Now we will add that now. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the top view and insert a edge loop first on this cylinder in the center, and we'll do it similarly for here, this burner, and similarly for this one as well. And here. So I'll just select all this edge loops which I have added. I'm just double clicking on one and the entire loop is getting selected, and I will just give it a little rise like this. The same technique I will use it here. I'll just create an edge loop in the middle of this main burner, and once it is done I will select all, just double click on one edge and the entire loop is getting selected, and in the same way I will just increase the height a little bit so as to give it a curvy look. Now just to add little fine detail, I will just add some divisions here as well. So I'll just go to the front view and I'll just simply make a cut. I'll just select this to object mode and then select cut faces tool and make a cut here. Yeah, so now it has made a cut at every 4 burners. I don't need to just select it one by one. So now I'll just go to the edge mode, select all the edge loops, and I just need to give a marginal scale one by one like this. Like this. So this is more or less the basic shape for the burner is done. We'll just add more details to it now. Alright, so now after creating the 4 burners, what we need to do is just add some other fine detailing. Is we need to create these rings, these protections, or the grill where you can keep your utensils. So we'll just make that. So we had made a duplicate of this cylinder earlier, so we will use that to create the rings and the grills for it. So we'll just select these top faces and we'll ask them to delete. Now we'll just select all the faces, give it a scale like this, and it's the shape of a ring. And now we'll just extrude all the faces. Just a minor extrusion will do. Yeah. So now we'll just simply take this ring which we have created and we'll place it at the top of the, we'll just place it at the top of the boolean shape which we had created. So this is more or less, I feel is, yeah, so this is more or less it's there, and we'll just take this much height. Now what we'll do is we have made this the outside grill or the outside ring. Now we just need to make the same ring from which we'll make the grill. So I'll just duplicate this and I will just give it a minor scaling. I will keep this much size. This I will take up here somewhere like this. So now what I need to create is, which is left, is I need to create this C. So that can be used for this. Yeah, so let's just stick to front view, and I will just use a curve called CV curve, and I will try to make this shape. So this starts from here and goes till this starts from here and goes like this. So let's just try and do that. Something more or less like this. So the place where you can keep your utensils. So oops, this shape is being created here. So let's just drag it till here. This orientation would be something like this. So I'll make the center pivot first, and then from the front view I will make the pivot of this in this corner, so it gives me freedom once I rotate it. So now I can just rotate it like this. Now I just need to know that from which four sides this grill will come on the top. So yeah, so I feel this would be side 1, and then I'll give a spacing and I'll just create 4. I'll just create a duplicate of this curve, and the other one I will place it this side. So this will just shift this side a bit. Now I will just make a duplicate of this and I will place it here. Yeah, now the fourth one I will place it here. Yeah, so now all my I feel this has been placed perfectly. So this 4 part would be the extension of that grill. So let's try and create that. So let's see the shape. The shape is quite flat, so we need to add some divisions here. So I'll just quickly select the edge loop tool and create a division here in between, very edge to edge, like this. Same for this side. And this is how, once we create this edge, then we'll just select the face and we'll select the curve, the spline which we have created, and we'll just extrude it. And then finally, this is the last one. So I'll just select all the other the 4 splines which I have created. Just take it marginally up like that. Now it's like very simple. What I just need to do is select this face and select this spline, and I will just simply say extrude. Now definitely it has taken the path, but we need to add some divisions of maybe 5, or I'll just add 7, so that it gives us that smoothness. Same. So let's go to the object mode and then select face and select this spline by shift, and can just select both and then say extrude. Go to divisions and just add division value of 7. can add some taper if you want, but I feel let's keep it to the default value. So I'll select this face, I'll select this spline, and I'll just simply hit extrude, and again give a division here of 7. The same process for the last one. So this is how I have quickly created this space for adding this container. So now I can just select and just delete the history by pressing Shift Alt and D, and now your the more or less shape is of the burner is kind of completed. So you don't need these splines anymore. You can simply hide them or delete them as per your convenience. So this is how you have created. Now let's just combine these elements, and so that it becomes easy for us to group it at the later stages. So this space of is done. So now I'll just simply make a duplicate of this part here, and in the same way I'll just create a duplicate of this both and drag it down. So your shape for the burner and the gas stove is done here like this. Now I think the only thing which is left is the knobs, to turn it on and off, and the legs here. So that's very simple. So we'll just first quickly create the legs. We'll select the cylinder, and I'll just modify this to 10, and I will say I don't require caps. And I take this up like this. Just to understand, so this is so this grid is my floor. Just duplicate this as well. Yeah. So now we'll just simply create a shape that would be used for the knob. So for that I'll just go to the front view, and I'll just take a cylinder here, and create a cylinder like this. So I'll just reduce the height a bit, and I'll say subdivision axis, make it to 10, and caps I will make it to 0. So what I need to simply do is, let's make this to 11 and then see. Yeah, now I just need to create this edge so that we can have the knob perfectly. I'm just trying to figure it out, that what would be the best position to how much access we can give. So I find 12 is kind of good enough, so let's just stick to 12, and I'll just select this tool here called split polygon tool, and I will just create divisions like here to here to get the knob made. Now I just simply need to extrude this face up like this, and I will take this vertex back to its default position like this. So this gives me the shape of the knob. Now if I apply smooth in this, so definitely the shape gets spoiled a bit, so we'll just add some divisions so that it doesn't lose its shape. So this is more like it. So this is more like a knob for us. So I'll just check it from the front view if the size is okay. So I'll just reduce the scale a bit, and just simply create a duplicate. Before creating a duplicate, just rotate it like this. Yeah. So let's take this 4 knobs at the center of the gas stove right here. And just apply smooth and just take it in a bit. So yeah, this is more like it. And what if I apply smooth here? It's also fine. So yeah, this is, more or less completed the shape of the gas burner. So now we'll just simply select all the elements which we have here and just simply apply a group, and we call it as gas stove. So this is how our gas stove is also being completed. Just drag the oven here. Alright, so now here it looks like the kitchen is finally completed. We have covered all the primary elements in the kitchen. Now we will move towards the bathroom or the toilet. So let's just check out from the top view what are the elements, the primary elements which we have. So definitely we have this water closet, we have a wash basin, and we have a couple of taps and showers. That's it. So let's just try and take this one by one. So I'll just first start with the water closet. So the shape is quite simple, but still you just need to take a reference image. This is what the reference image I have got. It's a wall hung water closet, so we have to design it in a similar pattern. And I have also been lucky enough to got the blueprint of it, so now I can easily understand the shape from the side view as well as from the top view as well. So let's just start by creating it. So I'll just simply start off with a polygon cube, and let's take this much height, or maybe I'll just increase the height of it this much, and it would be very much close to the floor. So this is the grid line which we have for the main floor. So I'll take this much height and start modifying the shape. Now once I have done that, I'll just give some division here, maybe a division of 4 in z-axis, and let's first just trace the shape which we have here. So this is more like from the top view, but definitely if you see from the side, this has this kind of curvature here, so we have to make that curvature here as well. So I'll just first drag this like this much in, and now I'll just add some divisions here to create that curvature. As you can see, this part is flat, this is not curved, so it's only the front part which is curved in nature. So now I'll just simply need to make this shape little curvy. That's it. And this is more like it, but still we have to have a lot of modifications to be done. So this is a small extension which has to come out from here, so I'll just select this face and I will simply hit extrude, and I will drag this face here like this to the wall. It might go a little inside the wall, and it should be a wall hung water closet. So this is more or less the shape is done from the top view. We still just have to modify a bit to get the perfect shape like this. So maybe we'll just add some more edges here and here. I'll just go to the front view and I will just select these many edges and I will give some scale and I will try to make some curvature from the front view as well. Similarly, I will select these bottom vertices and give it a curvy look like this. So now this more or less the basic shape is done. I'll just go to normals and I will just say set to face so that I don't have any unwanted normals being stretched. And what I need to do now, I will definitely not make a depth in it because it's supposed to be closed. So I will just keep it like that and just apply smooth and see that how it's looking like. So more or less I'm quite okay with the shape, but definitely I need to add some more divisions so that it does not lose its shape once I apply smooth. So now I just simply need to make a lid from the top view. So for the lid, what I will do, this has to be of that same shape, the lid. So what I will do, I will just select these faces and I will just say extract. Make sure the option is on, keep faces together, and I will say extract. So now this I have a separate element. So I'll just take a duplicate of it by pressing Ctrl D and just drag it to this side for a moment, and I will better just combine this, the one which I had detached earlier, and now I'll just simply merge the vertices. Yeah, so this part I will use it as my lid. So I will take to its normal position. I'll go to the face mode and I will select all the faces and I will give it an extrude like this. So this becomes more like the lower lid, and I will just create a duplicate of the same, and I will just place it with just very little marginal gap. Just say set to face, and with a very marginal gap I will just place it like this. There should be some gap. There it gives a nice 3D depth. So now I'll just select these faces and make a topper lid like this. That's it. So now we just need to make sure that we have enough divisions so that after we apply smooth, so it should not lose its shape. So on very close borders we will have to apply some smoothness or some divisions. Now let's just apply smooth and see. So I feel this is quite fine. I'm done with the shape. The same thing, I just need to do it for the lids as well. So first I will do it for this one. This is quite thin lid, so you can just have one in the middle, and for this one you can have one at this edge, this border, and one at this border. Now let's just go to normals and apply set to face. Now keep all the three selected and let's just apply smooth. So this is looking more like the water closet which we have here. So very quickly we have just completed the water closet here. So this is quite fine, and I'll just delete the history. So now once we have completed the water closet, we'll just come to the other primary element which we have here. This is the wash basin. This is also a wall hung wash basin, as you can make it out from the top view. So it's very basic shape, just how we had created the sink for the kitchen. So in the same manner we'll try and create this wash basin as well. So let's just start with this the same way. I'll just create a polygon cube. Now before I create, I just need to make you understand the shape. So this, you can see this is the wash basin here. This is the main wash basin, and around this there's a platform in which the wash basin is kind of attached. So this platform is kind of usually useful to keep your stuffs and creams and different materials. So we will try and create that way itself. So I'll just start off with a polygon cube. So I'll just start with the polygon cube again, and it's this much. Now this can also go inside the wall a bit, no problem, as it's supposed to be a wall hung element, so I don't mind if it's going inside. Now let's see where the object has been created. So this would be somewhere on the same level that of the kitchen cabinet which we have. So I'll definitely just try and place it there exactly. So this is my the base is ready. So now what I just need to simply do is create a gap here so that we can create a wash basin. That's simple. So let's just add divisions for that purpose. Right here, here, this side, and same with this side. So now I know that this area here where would be my wash basin will fit. So I can just simply select this face and say delete, and also the bottom face and say delete. I'll just close these edges so that I don't have an open gap. So I'll just extrude it and just drag it down. Now I just simply need to snap them with the original default position, and I'll just say merge. So this is more like a frame for the wash basin. So like that, keep just merging so that you don't have any open vertices or open edges. Now this is done quite okay, easily. Now a simple wash basin can just have a look at the internet what kind of shape. So basically we have a shape of a square, so we have to create that squarish wash basin. We don't have a roundish one, so we'll just again take a polygonal cube and simply we'll take it up first and just connect it with the edges here. You can keep some gap if you want, or however we will create a ring for it so that there is not too much gap. I've just kept a very marginal gap, a very marginal, like almost negligible, like you cannot even make out if it's not enough zoomed. So now this part be my wash basin area. So definitely if I see it from the front view, this will definitely go down like this, as in this much depression should be there. What I'll just simply do is just simply create this face, select this face, and just simply make an extrusion like this. Yeah, now I will just extrude it again and take this in. So this is the area for your wash basin. Now what I will do is just take this marginally upwards, as I need to create a ring here, and I will just add a right at the border. and I'll just select these 4 faces across on all sides, and I will just make a collective extrusion. So it gives me a ring like structure here. So okay, this is more or less your wash basin is also done. Now the only thing remaining is this wash basin is the tap for it. So the tap is already been made here, so I will just duplicate that same tap and make a copy there. This needs to be rotated 180 degrees on the y-axis. And we are done with the wash basin here. So very quickly we have just created the water closet as well as the wash basin. So we have the wash basin ready, we have the water closet ready. Now the only major part is there, we just need to create the shower. So I'll just simply take a cylinder here and I will just give to this much height. Like this. I'll just modify the cylinder a bit. I'll say 12 subdivision axis, and caps I'll just switch it off. So this is definitely won't be before we make any further extension, or we'll just modify this shape a little bit. Let's just increase the height of bit and give it some kind of shape like this. And now we just simply need to connect it with a pipe, which will be going somewhere like this. So then we are all set. So I'll just extrude this face a bit, and yeah, something like this. Now what I need to do is, just from the front view, this will not be that straight for sure, so I will just add some rotation to it in this axis, like here, maybe let's say minus 30 degree. Now what I need to simply do is just create a curve which will go like this, so which will be connected with the wall. So I will just simply take a CV curve and I will just start making that curve like this. Now this curve definitely is being created here, we need to put it to the center. Somewhere here. And definitely if you feel that you don't need this vertex, you can just simply delete it. This will also be kind of connected with the wall. So now I'll just simply select this face, and I will just select this curve and I will say extrude. And for sure I just need to add some divisions, maybe 6. Select this edge. So this is, my shower is kind of created. You can just remove the curve which I had made. I can just simply delete it. So I'll just just rename these structure as shower. I will need to make this wash basin a group. So I'll select the tab, select the base and the basin, and I'll just apply a group, and I'll make the pivot to the center, and I will name this as, this is the common toilet, so I will name this as wash basin common toilet. That's CT. Similarly, I will create or select these, and I'll say group, and make the pivot to the center, and I will say water closet CT, that's common toilet. And same for this shower CT. Now I just need to make a duplicate of all these elements to this toilet. So I will select with the group of water closet and just simply make a duplicate by pressing Ctrl D, and I will rotate it 90 degrees in the axis of Y. Yeah, and now I will just create a duplicate of the wash basin, and same way in the Y axis I will give you a value of 90, and I will just copy and place it here. And the same way for the shower, just make a duplicate. Just delete this first, make this to a freeze transformation, and then make a duplicate of it and give it a rotation of 90 in the Y axis. And can place it here as well. So now both the toilets are being created, the elements, and just need to rename this as shower, just T, just for, or I will say as shower master room toilet, that's MRT. Close it, MRT master room toilet, and this group as MRT master room toilet. So we have created the, now this, just check out the naming convention. The group, this group is fine, this group is fine, this group is fine. Now we just need to make a group of the cabinet, so we can just name it properly. Now I will select this entire thing and I will make it as group, make the pivot to the center, and I will name it as kitchen cabinet. That's it, and I will unhide the rest, and I can simply delete the layer. So once done that, we'll just reconfirm it from the outliner. So this element I don't need, this element I don't need. This is the microwave, this is the refrigerator, this is, there is no object, it's no object here. Just keep deleting so you don't have too much elements in your scene. This is the gas stove. And this is no element here, so just simply delete. This is the shower, this is the wash basin, water closet, and this is for the master room. And finally the kitchen cabinet. So these are the elements which we have, and we just simply save this file here and just switch to our main scene. Now what I just simply need to do, I'll just import and I will just select the bathroom and kitchen file and I will just import it. So all my kitchen elements is now being imported here. So as you can see, the fridge, the cabinet for the kitchen is properly connected. Beautiful. And let's just check the toilet. And the other toilet as well. So yeah, this is, yeah, it's been placed beautifully. So I'll just save this file here. Okay, so once I have imported the elements of the bathroom to the main file, now what I understand is that I usually the shape of the or the grill of the windows for the bathroom is not that open, so we need to shut this thing up. So I'll just simply delete this grill for the bathroom here, and we'll just modify the window for the bathroom once again. So I'll just start off with by creating a polygon tool, create polygon tool, and I will just snap by pressing V on my keyboard, and I will just click. So I'll just delete this, and I have created the polygon tool, and I will snap it by pressing V on my keyboard, and I will create a frame first for this window. Okay, so this window frame is created. Now what I just need to do is extrude this face, just give it a scale value of this much, and I simply delete this face. So now I only have the frame, so this is just still a flat frame. I just need to give a little depth, so I'll just extrude this a bit like this, and I just simply need to take this frame inside like here. Now the kind of window I've been looking for the washroom, it would be somewhere like this, so you have this space which from the top which is closed. You can have the exhaust in the middle, and then you have this glass sections which you can slide up and down. So now I'll just simply create this from the side view. So this is the empty part of my window here, so I'll just quickly create a polygon cube here like this, and we'll just take this part here, and just need to adjust the size of it, and this is quite fine. Now I'll just simply rotate this on the z-axis. Now I can simply create a duplicate. Like here, so it's more like a shutter, so from inside it's closed, cannot see anything, and same from the outside, you cannot see anything. So that's how the wall should be made, the windows for the washroom. Now we just need to cover up this part, so I'll just add up a slit here, and I'll add a slit here, or maybe I can just extrude this part till here like this. So this is more like a window for the bathroom. So let's just combine this element. Select this, and we'll just combine this element here and make the pivot to the center. Can take it slightly in if you want here. So this is more like the window for the bathroom. Now I'll just copy this and make a duplicate for this bathroom here. I don't want this, so I'll just select this group and I'll say delete, and I take this element here and I give a rotation of 90 degrees on the y-axis, and now I can simply, from the top view, I can just place this part here. Yeah, so now even this bathroom has this new window here. I will select this wall as one of the pattern, and then, or maybe I can select this wall, this side, as a pattern this time, and select the other walls as plain color. So before that, I just create a Lambert shader again and go to its color properties, add a node to it, and then map the texture. Let's see, I mean, this texture, let's try this. So first I'll just unhide this and select this face only. Yeah, and just simply apply this texture here. So I need to definitely map this as well. I'll just create a planar mapper again from the same z-axis, and I will project it. So this is more like it. If you want to try seeing another texture, just let's try this one here. Even this is kind of better than the previous one. It's giving out a proper look of the main wall. Or else, if you want to try something else, something like this, no, I feel this also fine, but I think I go with this one here. Yeah. Now similarly, I will just use a contrast color to assign the other walls. So first I'll just rename this kids room wall 1. I'll just remove this from my work area, assign a Lambert, go to its color properties, and then maybe pick a color from here. This would be too orangish, I feel, so we need to have another a bright color to it, since it's a kids room. So we'll take something like this, some turquoise color, which might be used for the kids room, and we'll just first apply and see how it looks like. So we should not select this wall, so we'll just only select the rest. Yeah, very small face gap here we have, so make sure you select it, each and every face, don't leave a gap. So we don't want to select this wall here. I'll just simply add this color here, and let's just switch on the texture and see if it's matching. Here I think it's quite perfect. In comparison of kids room, it should be more lively. Okay, so this is how we have just completed assigning the textures for the main base walls and the other interior walls. So we have added different textures in different walls as well, to create that pattern. So yeah, this is how we have just completed assigning textures to the main walls with different variations as well. Okay, so now let's assign the textures to the interior elements which are left. So we have completed texturing the interior elements of the living room. Then we have done with the kitchen. We have done the doors. Now I think the two major elements are there, which is the master bedroom and the kids bedroom. So now see what has happened now. You have already created the texture, you have already created the materials. So you have 2-3 variations of the wood materials which you have already created. The television texture will remain the same as it was there in the living room. So you just need to assign this material. This will not take much time, and we'll just try to finish this as quickly as possible, just since we are already have the elements, it's already there. So let's just see, I mean, this, if I just just switch on the living room and I see that what kind of texture has been assigned here. So similarly I can just go here and assign this same texture again. Okay, I just need to rename this as so what I was saying is that we have this wooden textures kept ready. So this is wood dining and this is the wood for TV cabinet. So I'll just select this and I'll just assign this here. So for the time being I'll just take this aside and just select the shelves, and same way just assign the textures here. I think this is part of the extension, so this will have the similar texture here again. So this is done. So we're not creating the textures for this. Yeah, now what we need to do is we need to add a black color to the frame. So I will select this face, and I'll say modify or edit, and I say invert selection. So only the borders is now selected, and I will assign this black here. Once done, I will ask to go back to its original position. The same way I'll just select this and select this, and I'll just say edit, invert selection. My borders are now selected, and I will assign this black here, and same position 0. So the same way as this face, and select this face, edit, invert selection, and assign the black color. And once it's done, this goes back to its original position. So this is kind of done. So now we'll simply select the television, and first we'll just assign the black color. Now we'll just simply select the screen portion only, and we have created a texture for the TV screen as well. So now you can see there's a slightly a gradient overlay is there, which actually creates a difference from the rest of the television portion. So same for the chair, or I will use a Lambert here, this part in the seat and this, and the rest I will put it as black. So usually these kind of chairs are also black, but let's just create a red chair here. Not that bright red, just yeah, this is quite fine. I'll just rename it that chair color. select this and select this and apply red here. Now you simply need to select these elements, and there would be a matte black with no shine, or else I can put some shyness here. This portion and this portion would be having no shine, and let's add some shining black here. Like that. So this quickly my chair portion is also being completed. Now let's see what we can do for the wardrobe. Usually in a room, you have all the interiors of same texture. It just the bed is of different texture and the corner table. So I will apply same texture here, which I had used for the TV cabinet, like this, and same I will apply it for the door as well. Now the only thing I just need to change would be the door handle, of course. This I will definitely cover up with the chrome texture or the metal texture which I have. So this is fine. I'll just use another wooden texture for the bed. This is more lighter, so let's create a UV here, automatic UV. Same I will use it for the drawers. Just apply this texture here as well. Now the only thing I need to do is change the color of the handle. I will use I think I'll go with black. Black is more prominent in this way. So same way I'll just use this. And just apply black here. So once you have created all the material files, so then the rest of the job becomes little easier, as you can just use the same textures. You don't want to create separate different textures or materials for each and every individual object, so as it will increase the file size as well. And if you have several different textures assigned to different models, oops, so yeah, so if you have several different models for all different objects, so it becomes difficult for you to render those elements also. So it's always advisable that you create or try to create less of materials and apply use in the same similar looking models. So definitely this would be same as this as a part of the bed set. So I'm just applying the same texture, as you can see. For this I will use the chrome texture. So now the only thing remaining in your bedroom is the fabric textures, which is for the pillows and and the bed sheet and the mattress. So let's just apply that as well. So we have one fabric being created here, but that we will not use it here. We'll create a separate Lambert shader and assign a map to it. Yeah, so we have different color fabrics. Maybe this can be used for the mattress. Let's just wait, it might take some seconds to load this texture. Yeah, so it's not proper. What we'll do, we'll create a UV. Let's try and see it from the planar mapping, and this is quite okay. I feel I'm quite satisfied with this texture here. Now I will just rename this as master room mattress, and I will create another, or maybe I'll use the same fabric which I have used for the rocking chair for the bed sheet, and I feel this is quite okay. So now the only thing which is remaining here is the pillows. So let's just create another texture here for the pillow. Be same Lambert. And I will assign a map to it. Since the bedding texture is almost covered with blue, so we need to have a cover accordingly. Usually the mattress and the bed sheet cover, you have similar looking texture, so we will try to give a alternate variation to it as well. So let's just have this blue texture for the fabric, and let's just start apply and see here. So this is, before I go ahead with it, I'll just want to be sure if this is fine. Yeah, I think this is much more proper. And I will use this alternate texture here. And just apply a automatic map to it. This one. And for the rest, I will use the same fabric which I have used for the master bedroom mattress. Yeah. So it has to be kept in contrast. So just rename this as master room pillow. So as you can see, once your texture has already been created for the other rooms, you can just simply assign them in to other rooms as well, so it's not much of a hassle here. So this is how it has been created. So I'll just save this part here. Alright, so now the other part which is left is the kids room here. So let's just try and see how we can cover up the texture for kids room. So I will use the same technique. The textures which are already been created, I will use the same textures which are there available. I will not create several different textures for each and every element. So now I'd say that for the wood base, I would use this one texture here, and I'll create a automatic mapping for it, and I feel this is quite okay. Same, I will just use this same texture for here as well. Okay, so now this part would definitely be the same texture, and I will use this drawer as the drawer knob. Use the chrome shade. Now what I had done for the master bedroom was that the cabinets and the wardrobe were dark shades and the bed was in lighter shade. Now I will just reverse this thing here. So now this is of darker shade. Now this I will keep it of a lighter shade here. So I am looking for that wood texture which I had created, and I'll just apply a automatic mapping so that it is properly being assigned to it. For the time being, I just drag this thing out and just apply the same texture here. As well as this side. So this is, I feel, is okay. Now I just simply need to make the borders black. I will use this black here, and same I will use this black here. Oops, sorry. I just need to invert the selection first. Now I would want to use the black shade here. Invert selection. So this is done. Now it's time to its original position, which is 0. Now let's select the chair. This one I create not the red color, but just select the blue fabric which we have here. Yeah, and let's make this black with no shine. And this with shine. Yeah, so this is quite okay. Now the only major thing is left here is the bed sheet here again, or the mattress, the fabrics. So I have to create a new shader here and assign a texture to it. And let's see what texture we have for the fabric. Hot pink fabric. Let's try and see this, if this looks well in the bed sheet or in the mattress. It will take some time as the texture is quite heavy. So it has come, but we just need to apply a planar map from the y-axis, and maybe just a bit we need to insert more UVs. Yeah, so this size is quite okay. We'll just select the alternate below and just apply this texture here and see how it looks. This is looking proper. Now for this, so I'll just rename this as kids room mattress, and I'll just create another Lambert shader for the contrasting pillows color. There's a pink, this reddish fabric which I want to use. Use this here, and for the bed sheet, yeah. So this is how more or less this part is also completed. Now the only thing which is remaining here is the television, which is quite simple. So I'll just select this portion here and apply the black color. Now I just simply select this face and apply the screen color. That's it. So this is how you have just completed the kids room texturing as well. So let's just see. So majorly all the interiors is being covered. We have just one more interior which is left. I'll just try to cover that here as well, which is of the bathrooms. So this definitely water closet would be of ceramic. So for that we will create a white texture form, and I'll just simply just adjust the color, and I will make it white. So this entire group goes this white color here, and this entire group goes this white color here, more like a ceramic. And the same would be for the wash basin here. Now this part we will use, so I'll just name this as ceramic. Now this part I would want to use this shader, which is more like black. It's more like a holder, or the the boundary for the wash basin. Once you're done, just simply select the tap and the shower and just apply this chrome texture which you have created. Metal texture, yeah. Done. So quickly you have just covered the yeah, this is fine. So we will apply smooth to each and every object later once we are doing the rendering and lighting. So this is quite done. So if I just switch on the visibility of the elements, so I see that most of the textures are being completed with the interiors as well as the exterior.
Alright, so now the entire texturing portion is kind of completed, so we have nothing else that we need to texture. So each and every element, each and every layer is being textured. I'll just open the texture mode. Yeah, so now the only major thing which is left is that we just need to add a simple floor to it and give a tile texture. We can create different tile patterns for different rooms and the bathrooms. The entire flat will not be having the same tile structure, so let's just try and create that. For the time being, I'll just switch off all the layers and I will just keep the main walls on. Yeah, let's go to the shaded mode, and from the top view I'll just simply create a polygon plane. I will cover a big polygon plane which covers the entire area like this. So it has been created in the ground level since we have created all the elements and the walls from the top view, so it has taken a ground level area. So now what we need to simply do is the only major step here would be adding segments here inside the plane, so we can figure it out, that which side is the planar area and which side is the living side and which side is the bedroom side. So we can see it from our grid, that this is the bedroom, this is the master bedroom, this is one bathroom here, this is another bathroom here, this is the balcony, living, and then the kitchen. So what I'll do, I have just selected the plane and I will just add some divisions here. So I'll just go to insert edge loop tool, and first I will divide this area for the living room and the kitchen. So this one edge from here, and I will take this till here like this, and one I will add it here for the bathroom. Just switch this on so I can see it more prominently. So now I have this, select this face, so this is the entire area covering for the living area, and plus this. So I just need to make a small division here. Also for the kitchen I need to make division for the kitchen, so I'll just use the same tool again to add more divisions. Here. Now let's add division for the bedrooms. First I'm just adding it for this bathroom here. So now if I just select this face, so I know that only bathroom area I can just have a separate tiling. So same I have to do it for all the other elements. So now this bathroom, if I face, so I just need to add a division here and here. So yeah, so now the two bathrooms is also completed. So I just need to select these two faces, and my bathroom area is this, and then definitely these two for the flooring. Now let's see the kitchen. So this is one side, I don't mind if it's going out, and this is other side, and this is for the living room. Yeah, I need to add this one as well, so I just need to create a division from here also here. So now this small face would be also part of the living and the dining texture. Now let's see if the bedroom is proper. So this is one portion covering. So yeah, this portion I know it is covering the entire bedroom, and let's see if we have covered this bedroom as well. So this is one part, this is another part, this is this, and this part here, and this part here. So this is also covering. So this is the outside area, I don't care about it. If you want, you can just add divisions in the outside area and delete them simply. So let's just try and do that. So this is the outside area and this is the outside area. So I will create a division somewhere at the edge of the wall. So now if I go to the face mode, now I know that this area is not needed. Yeah, I just need to add one more division here. So now if I select this face and this face, even if I delete this, so it doesn't affect my flooring. And same would be, I just need to add some more divisions here. So if I go to this face, I need to add a division here. So now if I select this face here and this face here and if I delete it so it doesn't affect my flooring from any corner. Simply I need to delete this outer edges, outer faces. This one and this one. To add a division here, I can simply select this part, and this part, and I say delete. Now this portion is kind of completed, so let's just select this face. I don't require it. Delete. This is also not hampering. Delete. Can simply delete this part as well, and this I just need to add one more here. Same would be for this, and this. This is getting cut slightly, so I will just add a tool here like this, add a division here, and then you can just simply delete. So just one more additional part from the main balcony is left. Done. So now I have just created a floor. Okay, this is just one part, a duct, which you have to delete. So you don't need this. You don't need this. You don't need this as well. This one you need it here. So I'll just add a division here. Gone. So now you have just the floor. You don't have any additional plane here. So now let's just simply open up Hypershade and select what all tiles we want to place it in which all the faces. So I'll just open up a blend here and go to its properties and select the color node and add a file, and then simply map an image here which I have downloaded from the internet. So let's select this one. Now I want this texture only to be added in the living section, the kitchen section, and to the both the balconies. So just take a zoom and just make sure that you haven't or have not selected anything which is not required. Okay, so I'll just open. Yeah, so I want this texture which I have selected is only to be added in this section and nothing else. So what I'll simply do is before I do that, I might just select all the faces. Sorry, just select this and I'll select all the faces here and give it a very marginal extrude in the -y axis. A very marginal one. Like that. Just intersect a little bit so that you don't have any kind of gapping. Now I can just select the faces which I want to for the living and dining section, also for the kitchen. So yeah, so now I feel this same texture needs to be added in all the planes. So this part is any which ways it's not visible. Still I don't want to take any chances. Yeah, So now I'll just simply open this texture and I'll apply here. Definitely I just need to press 6 so that I can see it properly. I think it has been properly assigned. Let's just unselect it and see it again. Okay, no, so this needs to be, just assign a planar mapping from the top. So we were actually seeing the grids. So if I just switch off the grid, now you can see that it's not been assigned properly. And I hope all the faces are selected. No, it's not. So now we'll simply just go to planar mapping and apply it from the y-axis. And once you feel it's been applied properly, just repeat the UVs. First do it 5 by 5 and then just check the output. If you want it to be more smaller, I feel this is quite okay. So I'll just let it be like this. 5 by 5. Now I'll just rename this as living floor tiles. Yeah. Now I'll just take another blend and now I'll just apply it for the bathroom. So I just take a texture which I want to add for the bathroom. I've taken a black, for the bathroom. It's usually matte finished, so it's not slippery, so you can easily add this in your bathroom faces which you have here. So this bathroom faces has been selected. Just simply assign it. What you need to do, just add a planar mapping in the same axis, and once it's done, just repeat its UV. Say this is, I'll first try 3 by 3 and I'll just check it out how it looks. I'm quite satisfied with 3 by 3. 3 by 3 looks good to me. So same I will do it for this bathroom as well. Select this face, this face, this and this, and I'll apply the same texture here as well. Just need to create a planar mapping from top view, and I say 3 by 3 is good here as well. Perfect. So my kitchen and living room is done, my bathroom is done. Now the only thing which is remaining is the 2 bedrooms. So for this bedroom I have selected a wooden tile texture. So first I just need to rename this as bathroom floor tiles, and I'll just create another blend here, assign a texture, so this was one wood tiles. Usually in modern bedrooms, now you see that one of the main bedrooms or the master bedroom has the wooden structure or the tile look, so just have that here as well. Just select all the faces, and I feel, yeah, this is the wooden part is selected. I'll just apply this texture here. Same technique, just add a planar mapping. So yeah, I feel this is fine. Or maybe what should I had done simply was, rather than doing this, I would have just added some UVs here. Let's say 3 by 3, like this. So this is much more proper. This wooden tile look, yeah. So now we're just left with the kit room. So we'll just select this face. We'll just first rename this as master room tiles, and simply just create another blend, add a texture to it. Now let's see what all tiles we have. I had downloaded this as one. We have one here, this is light brown, and so let's just try and use first this one and see how this looks. So let me just simply select the faces, and anything is left, yeah, this side. Now just simply add these here. Definitely create a planar mapping, and so it has created just 4 tiles. So I'll just give a value of 3 here and 3 here. And I feel this is quite proper. So now you have just created the floor as well, and you have added the texture to it. So this portion is completed. All right, now for the architecture pre-visualization, we will see that how we can create the light and do the render setup. So let's see what are the subtopics which we're going to cover for this course. We'll create the lights. We'll see how we can create the basic lights. We'll adjust some of the lighting parameters, which are the important parameters. We will see what kind of different kind of lights are available in Maya, and then finally we will move on to mental ray rendering and then occlusion rendering. So let's just start with this. So this is our scene of the interior in a isometric view. So where we have each and every model being kept ready. So we'll just apply, before we do the lighting and rendering, we will apply smooth to some of the elements. Yeah. Let's try and create a 2 division. This would be much more flat. Yeah. So this was one. Let's just apply smooth to all the elements which are pending. So yeah, I think it's so we have added smooth to some of the pending elements. Now we will see how we can create the lights. So definitely this interior has the texture as well. So let's switch on the texture mode and see properly. So I have just pressed 6 on my keyboard. It will take time to load all the textures. It's kind of taking time as the file size is quite heavy, so we just need to, yeah, here we go. So now you can see that properly the textures are being assigned separately for all the separate elements. So here you have a bedroom, the walls, the tiles are different, same for the bathroom. For this one, this bathroom, the tiling is different, the interiors as well. So each and every texture is properly assigned, so we need not need to worry. Now what we will try to do is we will try to create a light here. So we know that this is our light source here and this is our light source here. So I will definitely create light in one area, and then we can duplicate to the other rooms as well. So you know that this is the light source which we have here. So let's just create light. We'll go to create, go to lights, and now we can select. We have different kind of lights. We have ambient light, direction light, point, spot, area, and volume light. So let's just start with point light. So once you create light, it kind of gets created in the center of the scene. So now just drag it to the area where you want to have the light. So definitely this is now at the bottom, so I'll just drag it up. So this is the light source here. Like this. Now if I press 7, I kind of see that my scene has lit up a bit. Apart from the global illumination, which we have, we have a light being created here, as you can see that so this area is kind of darker as we have the light source here only. So now, just without doing anything, without adjusting any parameters, if you just press Ctrl A on a keyboard, it will just open up this parameter. So here it says the intensity of the light is 1, so by default it remains at 1. Now then you have different attributes of light, as light effect, whether you want to add some fog or some kind of a special effect to it. So you have shadows and you have other attributes as well. So without adjusting any of the parameters, we'll just take a simple render and see how it looks like. So first we'll go to the render setup here. This is this icon. Now we'll select the render, what kind of render we are using. We'll select it to mental ray. We'll go to the quality and maybe just increase the quality from draft to production, and then on the common setup we'll just take it to 1024 by 768, and resolution, let's do it 150. So definitely it's going to take some time, as the render is quite high, but let's just, for our reference, just take a simple render for it, just to see that how the light has affected the room. So now you see that with the help of using point light, we have just taken a small render, and this is the base which we have got out of taking the render without adjusting any of the parameters. So now let's try and adjust some parameters. Let's add some attributes to it. Now definitely where there is light, there has to be some kind of a shadow. So we'll shadow color remains black as it is. Now we'll try using depth mapped shadow first and see how this affects the scene, and we'll take another render. after just putting shadow into it. So now we just taken up another render. So now you can see the difference here. Now you can clearly see the difference, how the shadow has affected the scene. So initially there was no shadow. Now once the shadow has come in, how it has affected the scene, it's more darker now. You cannot see anything properly. So but definitely that's the kind of right look, because if there's a light, there has to be some kind of a shadow also being created. So now what you can do, you can just soften the shadow a bit. Maybe I'll just make the shadows a bit lighter, and then I can see the output, how this looks like. It will not affect much, but definitely these parameters are important, which you need to understand while you do lighting for any setup. So now you can see here that the shadows have lightened up a bit, and it's looking more natural compared to the previous render which we had. So this is more natural, as you can see here. So now as you can see, that this kind of shadow, how does it affects the scene. So now what I will do is I will just adjust some more parameters. Now what I want to do is just keep the shadows on, and I will just try and change the light from point light to volume light. Now volume light creates a radius in its area. So the idea of this radius is that light will only affect in this big area. So definitely you can see that there is some effect of the light, but however when you turn on the render, you will see that the light is only affected in this area and most of the area would be black. So now see, you can that 90% or maybe more than that, 98% of your scene is totally black out. It's just this area where the light is coming from, only this area is getting affected. So I will stick to point light. Point light is much better output which we have got, and I will just simply create another light here for this room, as we have two lampshades here. So I'll just duplicate the same light. The same parameters is also getting copied, and maybe for this one I will just reduce the intensity a bit. Now just let's check out the render, that how the render is coming for this one. So now you can see that we have two lights in the scene, and how the scene is getting affected. So definitely you can add lights as per your requirement. So definitely you need to find a source from where you have to put the light. You can see this beautiful glass effect which is being created. It also has some reflection in it. This is because of we have added the lights in the scene. So once you add the light and once you do a proper render, the effect of each and every texture or the shader actually comes out then. So the reflection of this glass sliding door you can actually see here in this the center table which is being kept here. So as this is of glass, so this you can see that tainted glass effect which has been created with the use of texture. And this is how you can create the render using different kinds of lights. So now we have created for the living room. So definitely we have one. Now definitely this area is darker because there is no light here. So what we need to simply do is we just first create a duplicate of the lampshade which is to be kept here. So here, now what I will do, I'll just simply select this light and create a duplicate, and I will place it in this room here as well. So now you can see that a light is being created here and being placed. So I can have another 2 more lights or 3 more lights in this room depending on from where I want to have my source. But the basic parameters remains the same of any light attributes. So just be careful that you can switch on your shadows. This is see the front end is kind of gone, but this is something, it's actually there, but it's not visible because of the scene is kind of becoming more heavier and heavier. So as you can see, it's there. So now let's just take a quick render of this room here with now let's just take a quick render here and then see how this room is affected with adding that same light. So definitely it has also been properly textured, so we can see the proper effect of the textures in the walls and in the other elements as well. So now you see that this room is also being lit up. You can definitely adjust the intensity of each and every light accordingly. You can adjust the shadows of how intense you want the shadow, just how we had reduced the color of the shadow from dark black to light gray. And this is more of the modification which you can maintain, and you can get this kind of a realistic output once you're making anything using 3D softwares, but the use of lighting is also very important as it gives that realistic output once you complete your modeling and your texturing part. So this is how you can copy these different lights to the light source where you want to actually place them. Now I'll just show you some other examples of light. Like if I select this light and go to parameters, we had checked out the point light and the volume light. Now let's just see what area light does for us. Now we need to define the area. Now as you can see, the pointer of this light is actually coming from this side, so definitely this part would be much more lit than the other part here. So I'll just take a quick render and see how this looks like. The area light is mostly used to create natural sunlight. As you can see, the effect of this area light is this kind of light is mostly used when you want to create that sunlight effect, which is coming from the outside of the room. As you can see that like a very bright light is here. So this is the idea of the natural sunlight effect which you can give once your model or the structure is ready. So now you can see once the render is done, now as what area light has done, it has created the, now if we want we can just rotate this to a different direction, and then definitely the light will be pass on to the other section as well. So yeah, now we'll check out some of the other light. Spotlight is basically used where you have a hanging bulb from the ceiling. There you can use the spotlight, and same with the direction light. Direction light is also is used when you want to create a light which is coming from a particular direction, maybe used for the natural lights as in sunlight or moonlight, etc. So these are the different lights. So for us the best suited light here is the point light. We will stick to that here. So this is how you can create different lights in the same scene and adjust its parameters accordingly. Alright, so now once my scene is ready to render, what I will do first is I will just check out some of the settings before I actually put it on render. As you can see, the entire the structure is ready. So now what I will do here first, we need to do some mental ray rendering. Now to enable mental ray to enable mental ray in your Maya setup, what you need to do is first you need to check on the mental ray whether it's active or not. So you can just simply go to window and simply go to window, go to settings and preferences, and open plugin manager. So once you open plugin manager, this window comes up, so where you have all the other plugins to be added inside Maya. So we are not concerned about the other plugins, we are just concerned about the mental ray first. So now if you just slowly see this option, which is Maya to mr.mll, needs to be checked on. So if these are checked off, so definitely mental ray is not active, mental ray renderer is not active. So make sure you just check on these option, this one option which is Maya to mr.mll, and just check on both the option loaded and auto loaded. Once you're done, you can just simply close it. Now once you go to the render settings, you can see your mental ray has come up here. So now once the mental ray render is ready, what we will do is we will create a occlusion shader first. Now how do we create the occlusion shader? We just simply go to the hypershade, and as you can see here, you have two nodes here. One is create Maya nodes, and then you have create mental ray nodes. You just click and hold for a second, and then you get the option. So first I will just create a default Maya node, so I'll let it be there and just drag down a little bit, and I'll create a surface shader. So now this surface shader is added in my work area. Now I'll just keep it there itself, and I'll just click this drop down menu, and now I'll select create mental ray nodes. Once this has been created, you will see a lot of different nodes which is related to the mental ray rendering. Now I will just simply go to the textures, and I will use this MIB occlusion. MIB, it's ambient occlusion. So I will just select this. Now this is also the occlusion texture is also been assigned in my work area, but now there is no link between the occlusion and the surface shader which I had created. So what I'll do, I'll just press Ctrl and click the middle mouse and drag it from here to the surface shader. So now see, automatically the link is created. So what I will simply do now is I will just select all the elements which I have here except the lights, and I will assign this occlusion shader. So I'm selecting all the different elements, and I'm just assigning the occlusion shader which I have created here. So I'm just assigning it to all the elements, the occlusion shader which I had created. So make sure all the elements is being properly assign this shader. So I'm just selecting it one by one. Okay, so in all the elements, the occlusion shader has been assigned except for this lamp. So just try it once again. So there's some error, but doesn't matter. So I'll just simply delete this and I will duplicate this here. Perfect. Now, so I have assigned a shader, the texture which I have created called the ambient occlusion to my entire element which I have here. Now before I do the rendering, I'll just adjust a bit more parameters. So I'll just double click on this to open up an attribute. Now the samples, it actually signifies that how much detailing you want to have. If you keep it 16, it's gonna be quite pixelated. So I'll just keep it to 256, and rest of the parameters I say remain as it is. Now same when I go to the render setup, I go to quality and I'll make sure that this is being set, the quality presets, it being set to production, and I say close. This is one more step which we need to do is, now this we had created this glass texture here, so just to give it a see-through look, I will just select all these glass and I will just assign the normal glass shader to these elements. It would be same for this plane as well. It would be also, let's do it all for the windows. Let's do it for the windows only, so we can get a nice see-through effect from it while we are in the occlusion mode. Let's select this and apply glass, and I send them back to its original position. And I have one more window here, the sliding doors. So I'll just select the metal faces and just add this glass shader to it, and let's send them to its original position. So all the windows and been assigned the glass shader. Now I will just do one more step here before I actually put it to render. I'll go to the top view and I will create a plane and just cover the area. From the side view, I'll just take it somewhere here. Yeah, so now I have a the plane being set also. So this work is done. Now I will, before I add some texture here, I will just check out the camera settings also. So I'll just simply, since I'm in this camera, so I'll just go to view and I'll do select camera. So I get the attribute editor. I'll just press Ctrl A to widen up this box. And so there are different settings. I'll go to environment and I will check the background color to almost white. Yeah, so now by default it's black, so the entire area which is behind the camera, behind the model, will turn out to be black initially, but now I have changed it to white very simply. So now we need to add this plane a texture. So what I would want to do is I want to merge this plane with the background. So what I'll simply do is I'll just right click on it and I'll say assign new material, and then I get a drop down menu, like a side menu, and then I will just select a material called here use background. So now as soon as I do that, it automatically turns to green, and then you can see its properties. You can just keep the reflection limit to 2 and the reflectivity to 0.500, and we will see how the output comes. So once you feel that you have applied all the settings here, now let's just hit render and see how this looks like. So I'll just click this button here, render, and then I'll see that how the render is looking like. Okay, so now once you have hit render, you can see the output of your occlusion. It looks a very detailed output. It is always advisable to render it in a occlusion format of your file, so it you can see each and every depth in it. But it's just a small glitch here. As you can see, the reflection of the background or the plane which we had created, it's too much. So we will just reduce the reflectivity and we will render it one more time. So I will just select this plane and open its attribute editor, and I have this thing here. So reflection limit, I will just make it to 1, and reflectivity, maybe I will just make it to 300, 0.300. Now what I'll do, I will just render it again, and I'll just see how it looks like. So now you can see the option. This is much more better compared to the previous render. It's now, see this glass, it's giving a nice reflective look. It's, if I just zoom it a bit, so it's also giving the reflection of the chair, the rocking chair which is kept here, and it's also a bit of transparent, so you can see the inner side of the flat. So now we'll just take one more render from the, just save this image. You can just simply, sorry, So before saving, I'll just take one more render that is more from the, more like a top view, more like a isometric, so you can just figure it out, all the elements and all the interiors as well. So to do so, what I'll do, I'll just go to camera settings and open resolution gate. So now this window here is actually showing me that how much part will fit inside the camera. So I want the entire part to be fit inside the camera, entire flat. I'll just take this down a bit and zoom out a bit. So now I can see from the isometric view, my entire floor plan with definitely depth of 3D in it. So I'll just put this on render again and see how the output comes. Okay, so this is the lovely output which we have got after doing the occlusion rendering. So as you can see, as in the form of basically the architects need these kind of structure to understand the shape before they actually do it for the construction. They need to understand how the structure gonna look like. So this is more like it, each and everything is completed in proper detailing. So what I'll do, I'll just save this image here. I'll just go to, from the render view, I'll just go to file and I say save image, and I will give it a location here, and I will save it in JPEG, and I will name this as floor plan final 3D. Awesome. So now let's just so I'll just keep this mode on here. Now I'll just go to the path where I have saved the file. So this was my actual floor plan, and this is what you have in 3D. So here you have the kids bedroom. So this is the kids bedroom area with the doors, each and everything, the living room, the bedroom. So you can just compare whether you have just missed out or anything. So we are all good here. Even the kitchen cabinets we have completed with the gas stove, with the microwave oven, and with the sink here, the refrigerator. Same with the living room as well, and the dining. So yeah, this is more or less perfect. Let's just go back to the file once again, and this time what I will do is I will just hide all the elements here, the interiors mainly, and I will delete this part as well. I'll go to the outliner and I will delete the light as well. Now let's see what we are supposed to do with this. Let me just show you how the structure for the architect or for the entire building is created as a part of the exterior. This is just the add-on to the existing course which we have. So I'll just give it a default, excluding this, and this. And just excluding this, just excluding all the windows, and I'll give a default texture which is Lambert 1. Yeah. Now I'll just simply select this, select each and every element, and I'll just say group. Now this is one wing of the flat, so I'm assuming the other wing is this side, so I will just duplicate this entire group and I will flip it in the x-axis. I'll give it a value of -1. And this would be rotated 90 degree like this. This will start from here. No. So this is one entrance here, and there would be one entrance in the opposite side. I'll just keep this. Let's do it. Let's just don't group it. And so since you have, what you can do is, since you have already made it a group, so I'll just select this again and create a duplicate, this time on the -z axis. So you have one entrance from here and another from here. And let's just duplicate these two as well and drag it this side. Like this. So this is more like the entire floor. I'm assuming all the flats are of same dimensions. So now what I just need to simply do is select this, select this, select this entire group, and then select this. Let's go to the side view, and create a duplicate like this. So, and I'll just press Shift D again and Shift D, depending how much I want to increase the floor of the building. So now you can see the entire building is being created like this. So I'll just create a box here. As a part of the platform from where the building is situated. Perfect. So here you have a proper, detailed building. So this area is the duct which I was talking about. So, and you have all the same structures on top of another. So this is how you create the architectural structure. So perfect. Thank you. So this is what we are done for today. Thanks a lot.